Well, hello, welcome back everybody. Good evening, as it is, from slightly chilly, but at least now not raining. The track is still wet, but the rain has passed. Still an inordinate amount of people walking around the paddock, enjoying the delights of Spa-Francorchamps, the circuit. The camera's making it look way, way brighter than it is. If you were with us earlier, the low cloud and almost mist-like conditions that we had during the Group C race in particular have at least cleared for what is the biggest grid that we have for you this weekend for the 60s Endurance Classic, and 56 cars that have been announced for this, and they are coming round onto the grid now. Bruce Jones, we talked with you some time ago, earlier today, it feels like a month ago, we've seen so much racing, about the variety in racing. Now, this is the very epitome of what you normally are talking about in the classic events that you do, but even here, there's some super cars.
There really are. I mean, if you look down the front end of the grid, it's pretty much E-types mixed with Shelby Cobra 289s, a bit Serini in there among them as well. And also we've got the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes. Obviously, the older cars in this grouping, basically this is pre-63 sports cars, but GTs that can go up to 1966. So we've got some more modern ones. That's where the Lotus Elan 26Rs, etc., come into the mix. But it's just the sheer number. You started walking around the paddock, and you could still be doing it now if you stop to talk to everyone, but 56 cars. If you like your Austin Healey's, there in the mix as well, of course, a little bit further down the grid. It's diversity, it's number, but it's people having fun. In a couple of Porsches in there, a Ford Mustang or two. It really is a melting pot.
And lots of very good Lotus Elans, and they'll be nimble in this weather. Watch out for a couple of the quick ones. Very interesting group of if you like Jaguar E-types, you're going to like this. There's 5 or 6 semi-lightweights, as they call them, all built by Valley Motorsport, Nigel Morris's outfit.
Semi-lightweight?
Yeah, I'll explain it.
Because there's a standard E-type, there's a lightweight E-type, and there's one in the middle now, is there?
They call them semi-lightweights for this reason. Obviously, original cars were the steel-bodied cars. Then the Jaguar built a series, I think it was 12 full lightweight cars, aluminium bodies.
Yeah.
But there were also lots of other tweaks, including a wide-angle head and some other tweaks, different brakes. So that was a lightweight E-type. People are now building them with all those mechanical bits of the engines, but the bodies are still steel. That is what a semi-lightweight is. I only found this out 3 weeks ago. I've heard them semi-lightweights mentioned for years. But that's the story. Semi-lightweight is a sort of halfway house competition E-type.
It's not actually a lightweight at all. It's a tweaked standard car.
Yeah, but that's got.
It hasn't got the lightweight body bits on. Yeah, okay, understood.
Nigel Morris and his son Dan built they had 8 in a row, but absolutely brilliant. They have there's tweaks for the racing and competition E-types. You know, on the boot there's a little slot with 4 or 5 holes where the air can come out. That's from the back brakes and so on. But they're absolutely beautiful. Some very good drivers. Watch out for the guy on pole. John Mitchell, just saw him 3 weeks ago at Donington win 2 races in this new GT3 Legends series that are running. He dominated both the races in Aston Martin that had been run by Kevin Buckler, actually.
Oh, really?
Originally,
the Racers Group?
The Racers Group, Aston Martin, that had been raced by various people. But he was brilliant in that. Understated guy from London, full-time businessman, and he just drives so well. And I mean, he was beating people like, so it was a Chevy Corvette that was very quick, and Andrew Jordan was in that.
Wow!
And he was, he was beating Andrew Jordan in a very good Corvette. So he's quick. So I'm watching for him. Obviously got John Minshaw in there, again, and another Valley Motorsport E-type. And obviously we know Minshaw is quick. And I said we got in this race also the guy who just won the previous race, Olivier Gallant. I hope Frenchman's gone and had a bit of a shower and changed the race suit, was his first that race. It'll be very damp, I should think.
Yeah, I saw Gregor Fiskin. He'd just been up on the podium with me. Not the last race, the one before that. But he was then sporting a drier, fresher set of overalls for later. But one of the cars that should be at the front of this grid is down towards the very rear. It was Richard Mines and Rob Huff. So look out for the 106 E-Type. It's dark blue or maybe very dark green with a white stripe up the middle. And also behind him, Bart Westerman, who went so well in the 2-litre Cup earlier today. Dutch Porsche family. So it's Jonathan Mitchell on pole and John Minshaw alongside. 2 Jaguar 3-point E-Types, both from 1965. And again, reiterate, this is for GTs from pre-66. Sports cars from pre-63.
4 different classes here as well, which we'll get to when we get into the 2-hour race. Yes, you heard me right. 2 hours.
We did the semi-lightweight bit. There was certainly one genuine lightweight built by the factory origin period in this race, which I think has got John Spears in it.
A Jaguar aficionado.
He's starting in 13th place, and John loves to collect original cars.
It really is a, if not a who's who, certainly a what's what of 1960 sports cars here. And if you are a child of the 60s, which I certainly am, then pretty much all of these you will have made models or bought models of. There's a Corvette Stingray in there as well.
There's a Bizzarini. We've seen a Bizzarini earlier, I think, or was it an 80s Griffith? Same thing, really. We've got one Mustang in there, a couple of father and son Dutchmen driving it. But I just say, watch out for probably the land to watch for is the 105, which is Stephen Jobson, Andy Willis. Andy Willis, of course, from famous BRM builders, Hall and Hall. He's called the racing manager, Andy, but he's quick. He is quick.
He's very quick indeed.
Yeah, there's a Morgan SLR in here as well that we've talked about before.
Yeah, well, we had Callum Lockie in here. He was talking about how something they've done to the car this weekend has found him about 3 seconds. So he's absolutely loving the setup. But was that in the dry? Yes, that was yesterday. It's not been
body designed by a guy called Chris Lawrence, and that body was used on a completely different motor car as well.
Was it?
Yeah, certainly was.
What was it used on as well?
He was used on a Triumph.
Ah, yes, I can see that now.
The same body design, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Several. We've talked about the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes, or Coupe, as the Americans would say.
Designed to be quicker at Le Mans, that was the thing, down the long Mulsanne, and that's precisely what they needed. But the power was always there from the 289. Of course, they went to the 427 cubic inch 7-litre monster later on, but I love the 289. I just think the proportions are so sweet.
Beautifully proportioned.
We got an onboard camera with Eric van der Poel. Is going to be in that car. He's a late entry. He's a former Formula One driver. Man always wears a cowboy hat. A lot of success out in America.
A lot of success here in the 24 hours.
I think he won it 3 times. Yep.
Yeah,
showing that with Robin Greenhalgh. So one of the many Shelby Cobras in this field. But
oh dear, we got a problem with the Bizzarini 50 car.
Well, that was starting 4th on the grid.
That's the Hazeman family outing, Loris and Liam.
Yeah, they've had a lot of trouble with that car all through the weekend.
By the way, the Corvette is a 1963 C2 split window, Olivier Biotto.
I think there's an earlier one. I think there's a C1 as well somewhere. I'm fairly sure I saw on my strolls around the paddock, but with 56 cars, it's not the work of a moment to just find it in a long entry list.
Just these Daytona Cobras, and we were talking about Peter Brock earlier.
Yeah.
None of these are the original 6, I think 6 cars they built, and it was 6, maybe a 7th. But all these are replicas. And
well, we're going to start behind the safety car, just to reiterate. The SC board is held next to wave yellow flags around the circuit.
And the 2 hours has started. So
yeah, we're underway.
Yeah, we are underway, although these are not green flag laps. These are race laps. And the reason that they do that, of course, is because there's no point in doing the formation lap only to go slowly for another lap. So effectively, this becomes a formation lap and a race lap because of the slower speed.
Good idea.
And yes, in terms of keeping the race moving, keeping the calendar moving, absolutely agree. Very, very dark outside.
Yeah, it's falling quickly, but so even more reason to let them go around now and see the circuit as the light disappears. Get a last chance to spot really where the water's
down in 48th place. I'm not sure. Must have had a problem in qualifying. Richard Mines and Rob Huff.
Yeah.
We saw Rob going very quickly at the beginning of the day. We know Rob is going to be quick in that car. And Richard is swift also.
It's always quite nice from our point of view as commentators to have drivers who have to come up the order. But today, in these conditions, falling light, slippery conditions, the rain has eased a little bit, but it was basically for quite a while it was steady drizzle. That was after it was heavy rain during the Group C. So caution is definitely going to be required.
I think, Bruce, you're absolutely right. That track is still pretty damp. You can still find a rooster tails coming off, but it's not as bad as it was in that horrendous earlier race we had.
The Group C, how the Group C guys kept it on the track, I don't know. If you're just joining us from around Europe, the UK, or further afield, hello. John Hindhaugh, Andrew Marriott, and Bruce Jones in the Global Broadcast Centre, in the bottom paddock, in the endurance paddock here at Spa this weekend. Really just soaking up the atmosphere, pun intended to a point. This is already turning into another classic Spa event. Just talking to Callum Lockie again there as we were coming back after grabbing some food, and just the atmosphere here is superb. Everybody, all the spectators are so knowledgeable. The cars, I was standing outside this morning and talking to some friends. Hello to Peter and Tom Fiddling. Nice to see you again after a wee while. And thank you to Team Ashworth as well for the T-shirt. The guys in the TVR, the number 73. Even just watching the cars going out on the parade laps or the fast laps, almost every minute whilst we were trying to have a conversation, it was, oh my God, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
I've just had
the road cars.
Just had a look like that moment. There's a rear shot, and there was 3 Daytona Cobras, and you saw the cam tail at the rear, and each one always had that big number painted on the back.
Yeah.
For me, it's sort of iconic of those cars, and you know, that Ford came and whacked Ferrari in the Manufacturers' Championship because. What was it? Mr. Ferrari wouldn't sell the business to Ford? Or
yeah. They'd got very close.
So we're going to beat you at your own game, which is what had happened.
Got to do whatever it takes, and each year they realised it was going to take a little bit more until they got it right in '66. Yeah. But I mean, it was great for a film, great for books.
Don't forget Mr. Eric Broadley's part in that, and
indeed, yes.
Lola.
Yeah,
it was sort of glossed over in the film. Although I didn't dislike the film's thought as much as I thought I was going to.
The Ford Ferrari film.
Yeah.
Oh, I really loved it. I thought it was great. And, you know, the story about Ken Miles hadn't really been told. And as a Midlander originally, I kind of, you know, had that bond with him. I don't know. I thought it was a terrific film.
There's a few movies I have to go and re-watch now when I get some time back at home. Not going to be in the next few weeks because there is a plethora of sports car and endurance racing coming. We've got IMSA next weekend from the streets of Detroit.
Wow.
And then straight to Le Mans Classic, whilst it's the Dijon Classic as well. Straight to Le Mans Testier, rather, where it's the Dijon Classic for Andrew. That's also Mid-Ohio that weekend, which is a 4-hour headline race for the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Then it's Le Mans. There's also some Carrera Cup North America that weekend that we'll be covering whilst we're at Le Mans.
Busy, John.
And then it's the Nürburgring 24 the week after that.
And then for some of us, it's a trio of 25 races going on to Spa-Francorchamps. I don't think it's really advised by anybody, but anyhow, and again, because GT3 is the secondary category at Le Mans, of course, that means quite a number of these drivers to do all 3.
Correct.
What fun. It will be fun. It will be fun.
It will be fun, yeah.
Noticing quite a lot of light configurations on the front of these cars, different ideas, and we got some, you know, actually running the old French yellow that we used to have at Le Mans, didn't we, for the lower classes?
Yeah, and that was the regulation there, and people asked it. I mean, that went on till, I mean, what?
8 years ago. So.
Yeah, it was quite a long. It was quite a long time after I'd started in '89, and the reason for that was that was the law on French roads.
Yes.
And because Le Mans was run on roads, then the GT cars had to have them, the cars that were based on road cars.
Yep.
And it was only relatively recently that you didn't have to have the amber lights. So we're going green. We've had 8 minutes of racing, but now we cross the line, and Jonathan Mitchell leads through from John Hindhaugh and Christopher Van Riet. Olivier Gallant in that Shelby Daytona Coupe, or Coupe, sorry, have the accent on it.
And we know that the Bram Bontrup car, the Dutch driver, sorry, he was a winner, remember, at Barcelona.
Yes, he was.
So he's a guy to watch for.
Some good drivers in this, drivers that perhaps, if you're not all fit at a spin, going up the hill for the first time, I think it's at the 30.
It's the Minshaw car.
It is the Minshaw car.
So
I
starting
paused,
second.
I paused there because that is a very unusual thing to see.
Well, it is.
Driving on his own in that 65 A-type.
Number 33, which is a number he's carried in several races this weekend. But again, unusual to see John go around, particularly, you think how many years he's been racing E-types and winning in E-types, but it just goes to show, falling light, slippery conditions, he will regather and certainly charge up the order, you can be sure of that. But this first full racing lap, rather than since the start of the race behind the safety car, you know, who's going to be happiest to push early on? But up the front, it's very tight indeed. And if you're just joining us, this is the 60s endurance race. You're going to need a few drinks to get through this one. It's 2 hours of racing. Yep. It's largely Jaguar E-types, Shelby Cobra 289s and Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes at the front of the field. And it's very, very tight indeed at the front. The first three cars covered by John, about half a second as they leave the speakers.
And a bit of a surprise with the German, Christoph Van Riet, coming up into second place.
Well, he knows this circuit very, very well indeed.
Yeah.
On the Peter Auto Classic site, there's some wonderful onboard footage of him going around the circuit in a Cobra.
But Belgian, isn't he?
He's Belgian, he's Belgian. But also, he sort of hums and whistles as he gets happy around the circuit. It is fabulous. It's sort of, when there's a sort of slower part, like the bus stop, he'll have a he'll say a few words and then carry on. Great footage.
The first non-Jaguar or Cobra is down in 17th position. It's the leader in GT2, and that's the Alexi Grafenwedel car, the Lotus Elan. That's a Series 1 car from 1965. Second in that class is a 26R from 65, Ivan Petev Ivanov. And third in that class, another 26R Elan, is Olivier Meurens in the 146. This is one, as Bruce said, to settle back, get yourself some snacks and your favourite beverage. Watch this one develop. Start of the race, we started behind the safety car, so it was line astern, single file, and all looked well. In fact, looked like John Hindhaugh had a better run. Oh, he lost that going into Eau Rouge, just slightly offline as he went into the left-hander before the compression at the bottom of the hill.
That is unusual.
That is very unusual.
I think the paint got him as well, didn't it?
He was already sliding and going off to the left and got onto the red and yellow curbing there. Olivier Gallant goes through. Christophe Van Riet then in second. Jonathan Mitchell leads the GT4 category in that 1965 3.8 Jaguar. And it's Bram Bontrup and Erwin France and James Thorpe and Maxime Gunat and John Minshaw's recovered to 8th position. Side by side, Andrew.
Absolutely. Coming through the murk. And there's the number 6 Cobra going well.
Olivier Gallant, he's already had a pretty good result in the Group C.
Had a win. And now he knows the track conditions, presumably, but he's driving supremely well here today. And but there's Mitchell in that Jag. He's hanging on. It's looking straight at the back of that Cobra with the great big number on the back that I just mentioned a moment ago.
James Thorpe in the lighter coloured Jaguar, the number 43 there, silver or silver grey, also trying to make moves through the field. Now, unlike the touring cars that we're going to see later, I am going to posit that all of these cars have got non-1965 headlamp bulbs in.
As we are dazzled as they come towards the camera up at Les Combes, precisely so. Can I just go back to the Lotus Elan? We just touched on that. We said it was the highest non-ranked Cobra It's now in 16th place, Cobra E-Type, so it's lost one position. But I found a fabulous quote from Jackie Stewart about, obviously he raced in Milan at one point. He described the original car, the road car, get this, the most difficult little sod of a car I've ever driven, because he said it was vague, it was a little too soft, but then it wasn't really the works that developed the Lotus Elan to go racing. It was Ian Walker, Sean Walker's father, was a large proponent. The Checkered Flag Garage also pitched in, but it took a while, and that became the 26R. But, you know, you automatically think of the Lotus Elan, the initial one, as just the most wonderful handling car. But, of course, Jackie was appraising it from a rather higher standard than any us would have done.
They did do a few different body shapes.
Yeah, you had the sort of coupe version.
That golden car, wasn't
yes.
there, that Sean Walker owned, I believe, run a lot of races in.
I'm going to throw in a possibly unpopular opinion here, but in terms of aesthetics, I always liked the +2 car.
I agree.
I think that the proportions just worked better.
And another thing, I always wanted a Lotus Elan Sprint because Jim Clark had one.
Of course.
And I went and sat in one once and realised I didn't fit. Because, of course, Colin Chapman wasn't tall of stature at all, so he made them around his own body shape. Maybe that's why I have a TVR, because Peter Wheeler of TVR was 6'5".
Well, I as many people know, I worked for Ray Mallock at RML, and every race car that they were involved in, Ray had to be able to fit in it because he wanted to have a go of it, and so that became the norm. So even the Celine, told people could get in and out of it, which was good enough for Terry Borchella and the Asemco car. Right, that is the number 77 Cobra in the kitty litter, I'm afraid. That's the Robin Greenhoff, the Swiss driver, in the 289.
Well, that was the one he's sharing with Eric van der Poel.
Yeah,
so
that's
so that was van der Poel who started that, was it not?
just rolling down the
I'm
order.
not sure. That's the one that had a camera in. We saw a couple of
So was that
Robin appears to be at the wheel of that, and he's deep in the gravel. But actually, the tail isn't sitting down too much.
No, the public boys are going to be trying to give it a go.
Straight the front wheels,
Or even
second.
Or even try and come out backwards. That's another trick.
Yeah, make it a front wheel drive car.
That's super frustrating. You've got 2 hours of racing.
And it's going to be
fantastic of circuits in a field of, I'm just going to say it again, 56 cars. We lost the Bizzarini of Loris Hazeman's early on. Was that Liam? Of course, they've got two Hazemans aboard.
Full course yellow coming, gentlemen, unsurprisingly. Now, a full course yellow is, if you like, a virtual safety car or code 60 in some of the championships. This, without having to bring a safety car out with the associated potential problems that may bring, although this early in the race it would be relatively easy to pick up the leader. But the full course yellow is now out, this being a Formula 1 Grade 1 circuit. The light boards as well as the and a spin under full course yellow. That is the number 3, the very interestingly coloured green and white. Now that is the Daytona Coupe as well. Armand Mille and Yves Shamama.
I mean, no, Shamama's quick. We're going to see him in a later race tomorrow where he's on the pole. And Armand Mille is the son of Richard Mille, the famous Swiss watchmaker, who's the sponsor of Ferrari.
Oh, that was a nasty one. That got away from him in the braking area at Le Combe, and that might have been left rear wheel just on the paint.
I think so.
As he, no, he's decided.
He bailed out of that quickly.
Yeah.
Well, out because you're absolutely in line of fire. You're dead ahead as the field comes up the rise to Les Combes, the nose of the green and white Cobra Daytona Coupe, facing the onward traffic.
It's a horrible feeling.
Oh, ghastly. I mean, he's not in the track, but the reason he's gone off is possibly why someone else could go off as well.
Yeah.
So it does appear the rain has eased somewhat. It became sort of
Bruce Jones, the voice of optimism this weekend.
John, I've done so many races at the Nürburgring over the years in the long distance races. You just have to look at the degrees of rain.
Good point.
If you feel it's getting, there is rather drier weather coming.
Incredibly, the air temperature has gone up a degree, 2 degrees actually. It's now 10 Celsius. It's only 8 Celsius this afternoon. The track temperature has been pretty solidly around 12 Celsius. Which is too cold, actually.
Yeah.
It's
well,
really cold.
This is what the drivers were pointing out yesterday. They said the weather was fabulous yesterday, but it wasn't that warm. And definitely getting heat into tyres is always an issue historically.
Yeah, and that was when the track temperature was 18 or 19 Celsius. I mean, it isn't going to get any warmer from here. There's no more sunshine from now on.
There's a snatch vehicle coming. There's a lovely shot just before of the 2 different styles of Cobra running together. a very rounded original, and this beautiful body that Peter Brock designed for it.
Yes, and let's remind ourselves that in 1965, there was no such thing as computer-aided design.
No.
So aerodynamics still, and the understanding of aerodynamics was still very much in its infancy, Bruce. People looked at aircraft and tried to reverse the thinking to provide downforce rather than lift, or at least not even to provide downforce, but just to smooth the air around the car.
To make them slipstreamable, basically to make it like an airliner in a straight line. But yeah, downforce was something that people like Jim Hall were considering at that stage, and other, geniuses at Chaparral and so on and so forth. And then, of course, BRM really almost got first down to ground effects. Didn't quite manage it, but Lotus took the credit for that one. But that was the first time in Formula One. Of course, that still remains the thing that most people look at. But many, many clever ideas are not very peak. But yeah, no, it was sticking little bits of ribbon on cars and taking a look at them, and then sticking
wool strips. Yeah,
they used to use oil traces.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, much this they do with, it's called the brand name now. They use the brand name of Flovis.
Yeah.
But that that they still use that in Formula One and FP1, and I do like the fact that with all of the technology that we've got nowadays and all of the simulations, both in wind tunnel work, with those big aero rakes that you see, all the pitot tubes everywhere that measure the air pressure changes, full-sized, 50 or 60% models, and sometimes full-size one-to-one models in wind tunnels, and we're still basically spraying a paraffin-based substance on Formula One cars to see where it ends up.
There's a certain madness, but I'll just posit this little question. Before we had computers and understanding of airflow, we produced beautiful road cars. The irony there, you look at the supercars of today, and I really don't see anything beautiful at all. They're all about making the difference between 224 and 227 miles an hour that nobody is ever going to achieve. I might feel like an old fool here, but I think cars should be beautiful, because most of the time you are not doing too.
And what about beautiful Formula One cars? Well, they certainly aren't that anymore.
You paint all the Formula One cars black, could you tell them apart?
Absolutely not.
Well, thank goodness.
Only Piola, the technical drawing. Yeah, sure.
He designed the Metzario, so.
Yeah.
And the thing about that is there's two reasons for that. One about aerodynamic efficiencies, and the other is because the rules are so proscriptive. It's effectively a spec class, particularly with the engine regs. I once had the opportunity to look at some engine parts from the then three major manufacturers of engines, and I'm not saying that one would fit in the other, but I couldn't tell them apart.
And they all pretty well use. I was reading an article by the great Peter Stevenson yesterday. They're all using the same CAD-CAM program, except one team, apparently, he said. So it comes out the same solution.
But road cars are the same, and bear in mind, as we go back to still under full course yellow. Bear in mind, we're talking about all of the cars that are on track now, all of the 56 cars. They were built as road cars, high performance road cars, prestige road cars, halo cars, you might call them nowadays, but they were all built as road cars. And they had to have something about them that made them stand out from the opposition. And so people, Jaguars had a particular look to them, whether it was the E-types or whether it was the four-door Jaguars. Sir William Lyons always liked to be able to see the top of the seats over the top of the window line. Various different things, and you would say, even looking at a tiny portion of cars, you'd say, well, I know what that is. That's an Aston Martin, and that's a Jaguar. And that gave cars personalities, and it brought people to a particular look. Because there's so much computer design on cars nowadays, and safety regulations as well, I accept that too, the ability to do something massively different has really been taken away from car designers. And I love talking to car designers now for some of the more niche manufacturers, so the people like Aston Martin, for example, and their design team are great to talk to. They do really clever things with negative space to change the way the light falls on panels, to make them look like something that you couldn't probably do. And I really like that idea of how can we get around this to make our cars look distinctively different. Some of the latest Ferraris, I think, have gone right back to their design, basically go back to their design CV and start to go, well, that's obviously a Ferrari.
But it has to be a distinctive thing that's a
Totally
Ferrari.
agree.
There was a little word game you can play. It's been out for about 5 years, maybe. Look, Wordle.
Yes.
Okay? I don't play that, but I was told there's one called Cardle, and they would just show you a part of a car, and you had to guess which manufacturer.
Brilliant.
But it's in cars for the last 10 years. If they did one from the 60s and 70s, as a boy who digested the Observer Book of Cars every year, you know, I know full well that was an Austin Maxi wing mirror or whatever.
Yes.
We need
Mind you,
those
wouldn't have
things
been able to tell headlights apart because everybody used the 7-inch Lucas. Everybody. And then when it went to the square ones, it was, you know, first Hillman Avenger, HB Viva, some of the Fords all used exactly the same bits and pieces. We're back to green, by the way, gents.
Yeah. And John, they did all close up, actually, under that yellow. So they're all pretty close now as Oliver Gallant, who's Olivier Gallant, proving a real hero today.
Yeah, he certainly has been quick before this year, but he's really earning his corn in these very wet conditions. And the light is, you know, the cameras would pick it up around the circuit, but it's properly dark out there. Add in the factor of all the spray. So Christophe Van Riet in second place is getting a massive faceful of all that spray, but it's only from one car. Everybody else behind has got an extra amount of spray thrown on them, and that's Jonathan Mitchell in the leading Jaguar, who's in third place overall. Remember, he started on pole position, but just doesn't have the grunt of those Cobras. The 289 Cobra, so much more horsepower than the Jaguar, much less aerodynamic, but it's about how they're going to work their cars to the conditions as they change.
And by the way, just going back to design, if we're talking about Aston Martin, I've got to mention Marek Reichmann.
Oh, yes.
Who actually, his degree was in industrial design from Middlesbrough University, although he ended up going to Royal College of Art, I think, as a student, one of the first Land Rover students there. He's also a racer. He races Clubmans, and how he folds himself into that, because he's another tall lad as well. But his influence on, I suppose, the first big project that people know him for was Aston Martin 177.
Near the front pack from about third position. It's not Jonathan Mitchell, no. It's an E-Type has gone around on the exit of Speaker's Corner and has got going again, but lost about 3 or 4 places. Flashing lights at the side of the circuit. I couldn't quite work out what that was. So just to tell you, the conditions are very, very difficult. The light isn't falling, it's fallen. The only light around the circuit is from these headlights, but it looks as though the first handful of cars are okay. Trying to work out who went for a spin, but they were very fortunate. Nobody was that close behind them, because at that point, you're going downhill, the track's wet, you need to turn to the left.
Bless you, Andrew. The number 101. Well, actually, we haven't got a 101. We haven't got a 101 because they haven't got the transponder. It's okay, there it is, just popped up. Bas Janssen in the 101 Shelby Cobra. The team at Alcamel working overtime in this race. They do have a backup system, so that car is on the timing screen. And another smart move for my money, sorry, Bruce. For Peter Auto, I work a lot with Alcamel, both in IMSA and in the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans, and in a couple of other championships as well. And their timing solutions are superb. And I should say, you can follow along, actually, as well. So I should have said this earlier on today. My apologies for leaving you in the dark. I suspect many of you will have known this anyway. livetiming.alcamelsystems.com/Peter Auto Racing. If you just look up Alcamel, ALKAMEL, Peter Auto, then you will be able to see what we're saying. You get split times. There's also, if you get the page up just above the time remaining, to the left of the name of the race, there's a little 3-bar gate. If you click on that, you can get what my American colleagues call the dancing ants, which is the tracker, and the results from earlier on today as well. It's all there for you, thanks to the joys of the internet and our colleagues at Alcamel Systems.
Right, it's very, very
Exactly.
tight at the front of the field, John. The second lap after release, and Olivier Gallant is leading by just half a second from Christophe Van Riet. It's Shelby Cobra from Shelby Cobra, then Jonathan Mitchell and the recovering John Minshaw, who had that really unusual spin, the point where they are right now, which is at the bottom of the slope at Eau Rouge before it goes up to Radion. So it's closing up at the front.
And Minshaw's just put the fastest lap of the race in of anybody, 3:16.6. 3:16.0, excuse me.
Mitchell won this race last year here, actually. Yeah.
Actually, I say that. No, that's a fastest class lap because Gallant's done a 3:13.3. Wow.
Yeah, but after this safety car, we've got the top 7 cars covered by 8.5 seconds, going down to Maxime Guina in the number 51 Shelby Cobra. So at the moment, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Shelby Cobras in the top 7, 3 Jaguars. The Jaguars are 3rd, 4th, and 5th. John Mitchell, John Minshaw, James Thorpe.
So the race was in the dry last year.
It was, yeah.
And Mitchell is 20 seconds slower.
Yeah, we got to about here last year before the rain came down in buckets.
Yeah.
And eventually, I think about 10ish, it was decided that it wasn't going to happen for the rest of the night. We came back. We had a beautiful day on Sunday and had great racing. So, Andrew, you were telling us earlier on about Le Mans and you being dispatched to Le Mans in the mid-60s by Motoring News, and a slightly gumpy ARM went to Le Mans because it wasn't single-seaters and Formula One. So were you then, did that make you become more aware of this type of sports car racing for these type of cars, or was it just the Le Mans and the, there wasn't a World Championship in those days, but the 1,000-kilometre races?
No, I was used to seeing cars like this race at Mallory Park and Alton Park. I was covering Cub races since I was a teenager.
Right.
So I was 16, I was right about racing. No, the thing about going to Le Mans was there were some quite big names in it, obviously. Jochen Rindt won that first year, and Graham Hill were there, and so on. For me, Formula One was the actual pinnacle, and I was doing Formula 2 at the time, so I was pushing to try and be the Formula 1 reporter, which subsequently happened. But I was just taken up by the whole majesty of the circuit, when people forget what a great circuit is, and the atmosphere of the whole place. I just loved it then, and I love it now.
So when you were watching club racing, were you watching some of these types of cars?
E-Type, particularly a bloke called Dick Prothero was in a car like this who won a lot of races at Mallory. And I mean, obviously, E-Type's like Graham Hill raced. He was one of the main drivers. John Coombs was one of the main guys. Coombs
Jaguars, he
ran them. But he ran them for Grand Prix drivers in support races, So, yeah.
Right, I just want...
but I mean,
And what else was racing that we haven't got here? We see the Shelbys and the Jaguars a go-go because those are the those are the glory cars. They tune very well. They run well nowadays. But what were the oddities that were running with them?
We never had as many as this.
No.
So so there was lots of classes. So there would be a Lance, and then there'll be another class with lots of little cars like the GSM Delta, everybody remember that? The Divas, the Turners, the Sprites, nearly all with 1-litre engines in. And I actually, very early on, I was helping run a Turner in that class. I remember going to Silverstone, and here's a little Turner going round, and every about 5 laps, it was lapped by a GTO driven by Graham Hill,
Yeah. There were always multi-class racing then.
Multi-class racing,
See, I love that. You can only learn multi-class, Bruce, by driving and watching multi-class. I think you only learn that 3D thinking of multi-class racing if you're doing it.
It becomes 4D thinking when you're in conditions like this.
Oh, certainly
dark,
does.
rainy, tricky circuit. I just want to wave the flag. We talked already about the top car that wasn't a Shelby Cobra or a Jaguar E-Type, and it was 15th. It fell down the order a bit, but Alexis Graf von Wedel, 11th overall at the moment, nimble, and he's balancing it so well, way down in the horsepower stakes. But what he can put down, because we were talking earlier about the 26R Lotus sedan, it became stiff enough to be nimble and go where the drivers wanted to go. The AC Cobra, the Shelby Cobra, has always been a rather harder car to drive, and number 76, one of the Cobras, just got its nose pointing the wall at La Source, the wall on the inside.
Yeah, we've all done that.
Dinked away.
Am I right that it's got some strange rear suspension system with a leaf spring or something?
On the Cobra?
Yeah. I think it's a very strange setup, I know that. Or maybe it's the front. There's a leaf spring across the front or something like that.
Pit lane.
Oh, there. Pit lane.
Jaguar number
83.
83, the ubiquitous red E-Type 3.8. That's Pascal Rapaling's car from 1963. I talked with Carroll Shelby some years ago on Radio Le Mans, and I found the tape the other day. He and Phil Hill came into the studio, and I must actually, it's on cassette tape, and I must actually get it digitized. He was talking about the development of the Cobra, and I'm guessing it was probably around about maybe 92, so that would have been an anniversary of Phil Hill winning the race, of course, because he won it in 62, which was I think the last front engine car to win. Yes, it would have been. And Carl Shelby was talking about the development of the Cobra and how they had to change things as tyre technology changed, and Firestone in particular, who were doing the tyres. Obviously, cross-ply tyres in those days, but the wheels got wider, so the bodywork had to go over the wheels, and they got wider and wider. And Phil Hill was talking about driving them in the Mille Miglia on public roads, and they were nigh on undrivable on public roads because the public roads weren't smooth enough, and they were going from rut to rut.
Yeah, and your
moving
contact
around.
patch wasn't what was required. I think it was about 92. Was that around the time of the Autosport International show, do you think? Because I had to host a dinner, it was thrown to me, and he and Carroll Shelby had endless heart problems.
Yes.
That's why he used to race with a nitroglycerine.
Yeah. Well, in fact, he gave me a penknife with the Cobra, which was part of the
Adam Brooks heart plant.
He started a foundation,
He
didn't
did, and he came over, and that dinner, I just talk about a cast of stars. You mentioned John Coombs. He was there. Tony Brooks was there. Roy Salvadori was there. Tony Brooks was there. Nigel Roebuck, Formula One writer, was there, and Carroll Shelby. But the real tennis match, I will lob a big story your way, you'll go the other way, was Carroll to Roy, with the ever-polite Tony Brooks trying to sort of administer and referee and umpire. It was epic. I wish that I have lost that tape.
No.
But, frankly, you didn't know where to point your recorder because the stories were coming from all angles. But they raced in just phenomenal times. And Carroll Shelby, always a twinkle in his eye as he told a story.
He loved it, didn't he?
He did.
Chicken
when
farmer.
He won Le Mans for Aston Martin in 1959. I think the bit he enjoyed most of all after the race, when they drove the car back up the pit lane, was grabbing David Brown of Aston Martin, who changed into a suit for the celebrations, and putting him alongside him in the car, knowing full well oil was slopping around, and his very smart summer suit was never going to be the same again.
Well, we've got a Lotus deciding to take the old circuit there, heading off down towards Burnville.
That's the Stephen Bond Cliff Gray car, number 85, but if there's an escape road, you've got a problem, you use it. And again, trying to get the braking done. Of course, the original circuit, as you said, John, crested the hill, then arced to the left, and then that long right-hander. If ever you get to Spa-Francorchamps, you're doing well.
Drive it.
But you're doing far, far better. Oh dear, the Morgan SLR is off the gravel on the exit of La Source.
Callum's not going to get a run unless they can drag it out of there.
It'll be dragged
Simon
out
Arabi Gann, who's running 4th in class at the time in the GT3 class, so going very well indeed. And this is a car that somehow, they said they've done something to it this weekend, and it's just in the dry, admittedly, a whole lot faster. But the conditions are such that at any point, any of these drivers could just have a little bit of a twitch, and it becomes a much, much bigger one.
And that's a full course yellow, so that's going to give them about 5 minutes to get that car out of there without it losing a lap, depending on where the leaders are. You'll notice that had a British registration number, 3 numbers and 3 letters. That changed in 1961 to have a letter suffix. So you had ABR 123A.
My Mini was WCH 852.
So that was a pre-61, 61 car.
I did manage to roll it. Well, actually, I somersaulted it.
Excellent.
My mother wasn't pleased.
No.
Just talking about Le Mans and the Magic again, as we were. One of the things that I witnessed that you guys, I'm not sure about Bruce, was the Le Mans start.
Yes.
And it was extraordinary because the place went completely silent. And you could hear their feet when they started to run. You could hear that noise of their feet on the tarmac, and then they jumped into the cars.
So the last year that they did the run across the track, Jackie Hicks didn't run. He walked and bolted himself in and started off pretty much dead last. And the next year they still lined up in echelon, but with the drivers in the car.
Yes.
But wasn't there an accident on? There had been an accident the previous year that someone had lost their life. Yes.
That was a huge accident.
Fatal accident.
Yes.
In the 917, yeah.
Yeah. And
He nearly completed the lap as well. He was around, wasn't he, Maison Blanche, where...
but he wasn't belted in properly, was he?
No. And it was the right thing to do.
Yeah, Jack Hicks made that. He's not given enough credit for that. Everybody remembers he's 5 wins, and Mr. Le Mans, rightly so. He was at the opening of the WRT, the W Racing Team, new premises, a couple of weeks ago that I was at, and still looks as sprightly as ever.
Yeah.
Still with a twinkle in his eye.
Lucky genes.
For every pretty lady that was there, fantastic. He's just brilliant. And he picked up the microphone to have a chat, and he talked about things that we've been talking about here, about the people, the passion, the enthusiasm, and all the technology in the world means nothing without the people. And you could have heard, there was probably a couple of hundred people there, and you could have heard a pin drop. You were hearing people breathing. There's another car.
No,
that was
it's SLR, but up at La Source, they've got it sort of towards the back of the gravel, but the front is pointing towards the black stuff, the track. That could be quite good news.
I really think that Jackie Hicks should be given more credit, because he, along with Sir Jackie Stewart, were people who were voices in the wilderness for safety in those days.
And
I still think
they were castigated.
Oh, they were.
Particularly
Jackie particularly, yeah.
But it was here, or more to the point, in the valley next door, that Jackie Stewart found himself dangling upside down in a car with fuel streaming over him, and thereafter he said, I will always have a spanner in the car to remove the steering wheel. He was trapped by that.
Or quick release steering wheels in those days.
That does focus the mind somewhat. He was thinking 3, 2, 1, boom. No, the boom didn't come.
How come we've not got a straight or a virage, I nearly said that, a corner named after Sir Jackie in the UK? There's
not a corner good enough.
Ah, okay.
Well
That's
done.
my suggestion. That's quite politically correct, is it?
I like
that.
that.
It's because I think,
There's a
what he did.
grandstand at Watkins Glen named after him.
I tell you what, there probably is one named after him at Albert Park Circuit in Australia. They named their corners by the stands around them. So it was the Champions and the Alan Joneses, but Jackie's surely worth a shout.
And doing great work as well for Racing for Dementia. Lady Helen, sadly, suffering from dementia, and Jackie throwing all of his weight behind that, and that is a tremendous cause for.
And he has made a prodigious difference, not just as a different voice for it, comes from a different angle, but he's brought a lot of people who work in research that, he's taken them to Formula One teams. He's just trying to find ways to advance their rate of discovery as they search for the cure that so many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions around the world will be seeking. But he is making a difference, and as ever with Jackie, he throws himself in wholeheartedly.
I don't think we've had a mention yet from the man in ninth place, the British driver Lee Mole, who's he's raced
a TVR racer.
Yeah, but raced a lot of classic Team Lotus cars since then. I think was involved in the British Touring Car Championship as well. But Lee's having a good run in that number, is it 190 or 180 that car?
180.
180, yeah.
Again, just that's another, the Jaguar in this field.
And we are back to green.
But he's sharing that car with Phil Keane.
That should be all right then.
Yeah.
Right, if you just joined us, this is
Stig number 3, was it?
Exactly, I think it's like the 60s endurance race. It's 2 hours. It started in drizzle and falling light. It's now properly dark and it's still drizzling, but good news is the Morgan SLR probably lost about a couple of laps. He's finally out of the gravel up at La Source and gets going again down the hill past the endurance pit. So maybe Callum Lockie will get to do the second half of the race.
Simon Ore began in that car, and he's actually, I think he's only 1 lap off the lead.
Okay.
He's not dead last of the runners. The Bitserini's running again. The 5300 car, that's the number 50. And that is 9 laps down. We've also lost the number 3 Yves Shimama Daytona Coupe, and in the pits at the moment, Bart Westman in his Porsche 2 litre from 1965, and 2 Jaguar E-types, the number 83 Pascal Rapalino and Xavi Gallant in the Jaguar.
Yeah, that's the brother of Olivier.
Yes.
So a race leader is having a better run than brother Xavier. So, right. Still full course yellow. Pit window opens in just under 3 minutes.
No, green flag.
Oh, but gone to green, sorry.
Yellow flag at turn 10.
Timing screen. Yellow flag at turn 10. Looking at a distance at a timing screen can sometimes your eyes begin to fail. But up front, it's Olivier Galin, and very, very hard on his tail, Christophe Van Riet, who's a real circuit expert. Sue Shelby Cobra is absolutely on tiptoes.
And Minshaw's gone past Mitchell. So the battle of the E-types, yes.
So that is third, and that was actually the lead in GT4 as well, Andrew.
Yeah.
Third overall in the lead in GT4, and Van Riet has gone to the lead. Galin down to second. Now, was that traffic influenced? But the Shelby Cobra, the 289, number 55, now in the lead of the motor race, and that is the GT5 battle. So two pairs of similar cars, actually identical cars in terms of the two Jaguars, but the Shelby Cobra at 289 versus the Daytona Coupe, battling for the GT5 in the overall lead, and John Minshaw and Jonathan Mitchell in the two Jaguar E-types, both the 3.8s. Straight six, of course, from 1965.
And again, just going back to the best place,
full course yellow
Lotus Elan, Alexis Graf von Wedel is now up into 7th place overall. He advances some more. He's just ahead of Lee Mole, actually about 5 seconds clear, so he's stretching his way.
But we have gone full course yellow again, and I can't tell you why. We didn't get a note of somebody falling off the track there. Gives us an opportunity to welcome you in this Saturday evening, just coming up to 8 o'clock in the UK. It's coming up to 9 Central European summertime, or wherever you are in the world. The beauty of this international coverage is that you could be joining us from everywhere, anywhere. Take us with you if you so desire. I'm delighted to have you on board, and we'll be doing it again tomorrow from 9:30 local time here in the Ardennes.
The yellow flag is someone who's gone off at Fagnes. Either Fagnes in or Fagnes out. The yellow flags are down there. Probably one of the easiest corners on the circuit to get wrong, I always feel, when I go around it, because you arrive, you always carry too much speed. You have to carry less speed than you can imagine. But again, great flow on this circuit. But flow at the moment is actually just the flow of the water down from the middle of the crown of the circuit to the edge.
And it's the James Thorpe and Phil Quaife Jaguar E-Type, the lighter coloured 43 car, which was running well at one stage. So not sure if that is a technical problem or whether there was some traffic involved, but that car will be being recovered and pointed back in the right direction. Code 60, I was going to say full course yellow. Again, think of this as a virtual safety car. That's what it would be called in other forms of racing. And basically, everyone slows down to either 60 or 80 kilometres an hour, depending on the series and the cars involved. And there's no overtaking, of course, unless there's a stricken car. And in theory, nobody should lose and nobody should gain. The key thing here, and I'm pretty certain that none of these cars have got car to pits radio, the key thing here is having your wits about you for when the full course yellow is removed. It'll be counted down by race control to the marshal's post so that they all pull in the flags, and there'll be somebody standing behind the two marshals who've got the FCY board and the slowly waved or held stationary yellow, but then behind them there'll be somebody with a green. And the ideal is that all around the track at exactly the same point, the board and the flag are withdrawn and the green flag goes out at the same time. Now, in practice, that is not going to be the exact same instance. But the other thing is, you have got to be so on the money and ready to go. And it's not as if you're getting a countdown from your team, say in the World Endurance Championship or the GT3s or in SRO that'll be here for the CrowdStrike 24 hours in the end of June. Then you'll have your team engineer counting you down, end of full course yellow in, and they will count you down. And even if you can't see a flag or a board, when he says 0, you put your foot down, because if you don't, you'll lose positions.
Yeah, and in among all of that, it's also how late do you leave your pit stop? Is it going to stay full course yellow? How long is that
it's just
going to take? Can you get in? And already 10 drivers are under investigation for pit stop infringements, and a good half dozen, no, in fact, pretty much 10 of them have already picked up penalties.
Oh my goodness me.
I mean, it's hard enough out there in these weather conditions. The light darker and darker, but There's so many things over which to trip, but we're still waiting for a lot of the front runners to make their stops, of course. But Christophe Van Riet, he worked really hard to hunt down Olivier Galland and managed to make the move. There was a little bit of traffic. He managed to use it to good effect around Les Combes. But again, you know, sometimes fortune favours the brave, and sometimes it makes you look an awful fool. But you do have to cut in these conditions. Other drivers a fair degree of margin.
Now, we are having to refuel these cars for this, and I now see on the screen there is fuel pump is free. So, do I presume, like when we had Creventic here a few months ago, that the fueling is being done outside of the pit lane? Now in Creventic they used the endurance pit lane, and then at the end of the endurance pit lane you turned left, went into a fuel station, and then doubled back around and then went out of the endurance pit lane out through effectively alongside the track and rejoined just over from Radio.
So many things to think about.
I did not ask that question earlier because I did not think it would be pertinent.
Pit window is open. Closes is a nice generous pit window. It closes at 26.5 minutes, but over, around and around, but pointing the right way at the end of it. The number 5 AC Cobra going for a real whipper there, and that's Alexis de Beaumont, who's driven well already today. He was out in the Gentleman's Challenge.
Talking of an Alexis, obviously Van Wedel, his first name is Alexis. He's driving with his brother. He's called Lando.
I thought that would make your ears prick up when you work you down the list. Orlando for long, presumably.
Yeah, presumably.
The number 5 Cobra, we mentioned Alexis de Beaumont, unfortunately sitting just in the gravel.
I think he might get that out.
But I was about to say not sitting low in the gravel.
It's not.
And it's up at Les Combes, but it's...
I detect a slight jauntiness in the angle of the left rear wheel.
Jaunty is a word we like.
It's got a bit of lock on.
No, the rear wheel, Andrew, looks to be slightly closer.
Well, he doesn't seem to be trying to fire it up, does he?
Now, does it get a clout as he goes over the curb? Possibly.
Still turning there.
Yeah, it's still turning. It just seems to be, I think it's just an optical illusion with the colour of the wheel. We will, I'm pretty certain, go back to full course yellow here.
Right, bear in mind a handful of cars, about 3 of the in the top 15 had come in. The pit window had opened, they have come in.
Yeah.
Frederick Wakeman in his Shelby Cobra, Bram Bontrub, Maxime Grinard, all in the Cobras had come in.
And also Mark Drain, one of the Lotus 26.
Yes.
Land. So that could be a masterstroke, but it depends how long.
And here's the full course yellow. Here comes the full course yellow in 20 seconds. Well, obviously the pit is open. You lose. Well, now, I was going to say, do you lose less time doing your pit stop under full course yellow? But in the supplementary regs, does it extend if it's a full course yellow?
Good question, yeah.
And that I don't know.
I think you'd have to
weighty tool.
Yeah.
Full course yellow is now out. Mark Drain got in about 30 seconds before full course yellow was called, and so did about another 30 seconds before that.
I think Nicholas Ditting got in, and Alexis von Graaf in that Lotus Land class leading car, leading GT2.
Jerome Puig as well.
Of course, we got Nigel Greensall to get in a Spears car, but I wonder if they're going to make 2 pit stops. Obviously,
for fuel, maybe.
Yeah, but obviously Greensall can't get in the car yet because he's got to do over half. So I just wonder if he'll do a medium stint of just about an hour, just under an hour, and then put Spears. Spears will go back in the car. Be interested to see. It's up to 8 now. Could be still competitive by the end, that car.
So full course yellow freezes the field. Now, in some ways, if you've got your less confident driver in here at this point, and some of your competitors have decided to put their gun driver in at the beginning, then this is good news because everybody's driving at the same speed. I can drive at the same speed as Olivier Galland or Christophe Henri's here because it's under full course yellow. So you're not losing, you're not gaining anything, but neither are you losing anything. And we seem to have had a slew of drivers. No, still just those 3 in the top 10. For a moment there, I thought I saw the pit lane marker against. We can't see the pit lane in here. We're in the endurance paddock area in our spacious global broadcast centre this weekend.
We have a window, but we can't quite see.
We can see
we can see our own reflections, effectively.
Yes.
It's so dark outside.
We can see the Parc Fermé. Big weekend of motorsport.
The biggest weekend of the year, always this one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There's so much going on.
One of the biggest classic weekends. Obviously, the biggest race in America, and
the Monaco Grand Prix.
The Monaco Grand Prix.
And the qualifiers at the Nürburgring, which are just coming to an end in half an hour's time. There's another race there tomorrow. Top qualifying at 9:30 European time, and then another 4-hour race. The Misano 12 hours will be.
I just got in the pits then.
Hello to those of you who are perhaps joining us from watching that today. Kyle Tilley will be dashing straight from that, getting on a plane and getting here, or getting in a car rather than getting here this evening. Now, this is the start of the dash for the pits now.
Well, Gallant just went in, I think.
Well, let's have our timing not reflecting that. So let's see if it was further down the field.
Yeah, it might have been. Well, certainly one of the lead cars dived in.
Now, there's a whole bunch of cars coming from the mid-pack and on down. So Olivier Beato, Olivier Meurens, Damien Kohler, Luc-Pierre Verquin, all diving into the pit lane. The leader at the moment is just coming up to Eau Rouge, or coming down to Eau Rouge, I should say.
Yeah, you're right, John, and the timing not showing Gallant in.
Yeah, as I say,
caught it out of the corner of my eye, so.
I'm pretty certain that he's still leading the field. Let me just get the...
Yeah, I think it was another of the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes. Certainly it was that body shape, but again getting harder and harder as the light dwindles to pick them out. And you do have to sort of tip your hat to the camera crews out around the circuit as they're trying to pick out which of the headlights, particularly when they're about to do some lapping, are the ones they need to get their focus onto. It's cool, it's wet, it's dark. Hey, but it's Spa-Francorchamps. Great meeting, but I really do think they do a phenomenal job when it gets dark.
Yeah. Agreed that. 60s Classic race coming up to half distance. And we're waiting for this clearance. No, we've gone back green. So we have gone back green.
Right, and anybody caught sitting in the pits is now suffering. If they'd come in the lap before, they would have found an advantage. But a lot of our front runners have not come in, including those 2 Shelby Cobras at the front of the field. Christophe Van Riet and then the Daytona Coupe version of longtime leader Olivier Galland, but just another second and a half further back come the best place of the Jaguar E-types. John Minshaw, who overtook Jonathan Mitchell not so long ago. They're 3rd and 4th.
Drivers, the team's been reminded to tell their drivers that they must unfasten their safety belts when they are being refueled. So they are using the fuel station. So, and there's the reason for that sounds a little bit clumsy, but the reason for that is it means there's no fueling in the pit lane. That means the teams don't have to wear fireproofs. It cuts down on a lot of costs. Of course, anybody who's doing the fueling is fine. Also means people can wear shorts in the pit lane and T-shirts or hoodies or whatever.
That's interesting, that 56 car. That's Phil and Sterling Molicek, who bought that car from America. Huge. The family's got a big collection of Fords, actually. The Molicek family have collected Fords for a long time.
Yeah, classic colours with the red and white racing stripe over the middle of the car.
I think Phil is the dad, I think, and he's having his shoes wiped.
ride off, yeah.
And also just body folded, because when you get the door opening on a Cobra Daytona Coupe, and indeed a regular Shelby Cobra, there's not a lot of door to get in between.
That's
if
a
you're
very good point.
longer of frame, you've got to almost have an extra joint.
So that's a former Joe Schlesser car.
Replica.
Écurie Ford France with André Simons, the other driver. But, you know, again, it wasn't just American teams running these cars at Le Mans. You looked around to see what you could do.
There's a car that Carl Jones had raced.
Kevin Jones.
Kevin Jones.
Kevin Jones joined Alexis de Beaumont. I think it was Alexis at the wheel when it had its problem. Number 27 E-Type is in as well. That's Didier Robin and Arnold Robin, who do a lot of racing. And the third name is Maxime Robin, who race a lot of GT3s these days.
Yeah.
Family from Le Mans.
Sartoise.
Motive sort of picture there in the gloom. And
It was Chuck Dressing, our longtime colleague from the US and on Radio Le Mans, who said of Le Mans in those early mornings where it was slightly misty, that it was maniacs driving at 250 miles an hour through an impressionist painting.
Yeah, beautiful.
I always thought that was beautiful imagery that Charles conjured up, and it's quite similar to that now. We are verging on art in terms of the pictures that we're seeing now, the mist and the water vapor from the tyres, which are very good at throwing up spray. That's what they're meant to do, but that's hanging in the air and just softening the focus slightly.
I'd be interested to see some of there's quite a lot of British photographers here, aren't there, this weekend?
A lot.
And I'm interested to see some of their best works, because I think we could have some very beautiful
But some of them, we're not talking half light, we're not even talking quarter light here. But the shot we've just been treated to see of an Elan, and it separated it for the entirety of the meeting. It was the mechanics, it was the driver, and the driver who was getting on board.
Yeah.
Nobody else. And just the light was picked out on the driver's helmet. It really was a vignette, but only the very best photographers and camera crews picked those out, and I really do applaud them for it.
Our camera operators that work in motorsport are, I think, about the best in any sport, and they all love it. And it doesn't matter whether it's the guys from NASCAR Productions that we'll be talking about in the rest of the IMSA season, or when we get to Le Mans for the next major race, back for the Peter Auto Classic at Dijon-Prenois, which we've been talking about. Incredibly, dear viewer, my colleague here, Bruce Jones, has never seen motor racing at Dijon.
Well, he's going
I've
to
seen
enjoy
it, just not in the flesh.
Not on the telly, yeah.
Sometimes circuits just escape you. And I was saying to you the other day that Paul Ricard, I should have been there many times, never had until about 6 years ago. That first year I went 3 times.
Yes.
But, you know, it just depends what championships you're covering, or if you're stuck behind the editor's desk, as I was at Autosport, you didn't get out as much as you wanted. But that's long, long behind me. But I love going to circuits I haven't been to before.
moved up to 4th place now, Erwin France. I think 2 brothers in that car, and
Number 70.
he's been a front runner of this series in the past. He's definitely been on the podium. So, and you notice the Spears Greensell car now is 5th, and Nigel's not in it yet.
So we're going to have a couple of guests coming through. We'll do them one at a time. Hello, gents. How are we? We'll try and get you in here, spread some of the love. So just under halfway through this one, Bruce, and whilst we get our guests settled, you can do a little bit of a rundown.
So Olivier Galland leading the way, but we're waiting for a host of runners to come in and make their pit stops. The pit window's still got plenty of time open. We've still got 13, 14 minutes remaining, but do not slip up. Do not stay out too long. Do not get caught by another full course yellow and find your laps taking longer than you require to get round to the pit entrance. But right, Olivier Galland leading in his Shelby Cobra. This is the Cobra Daytona Coupe, the number 6 that was the leader. It was overtaken not so long ago. The car that caught and passed him, Christophe Van Riet, has just pitted, as has Lee Mole in his Jaguar E-Type. So now we've got the Jaguar E-Types of John Minshaw and Jonathan Mitchell up to 2nd and 3rd positions. They're running in a different class to the front runner, Olivier Galland, leading the race GT5, but then the GT4 class is for the second and third place car. Owen France picking his way up the order, and John Spires, who'll be coming in at some point. He's already done a pit stop. We've got to wait for Nigel Greensall to take over the number 126 Jaguar E-Type. And still, we've got a Lotus in the top 10, but it's now number 124, 8th place overall. And that is even Peter Ivanov, who's sharing with Ed Morris. So again, we've got a mixture, but a lot of the runners have got into the top 10 because they have not pitted. But basically, it still remains a battle between the AC Cobras, the Shelby Cobras, and the Jaguar E-Types. But how it crumbles and how the second driver in these pairings can perform, because they're going out and it's entirely dark, slightly wet.
Robert Westerman joins us. How are you, sir?
Thank you for having me. Doing on one side okay, other one we just dropped out of the race, unfortunately.
Oh no!
Yeah, my brother was driving, and I think a gear linkage went wrong.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Because he had to start right down at the back of the order. Why was that?
I actually don't know.
Oh, okay. Just to give him a challenge, maybe.
No, we did okay in the qualifying, but it was dry, and then we were heavily underpowered with a 2-liter. But luckily it was wet, so he went right up the order. He went from 59 or 56 to 37, and then I just saw him tumbling down. I checked the live stream we have in the car, and he was unfortunately out.
That is the one thing on that car that everybody tells me is, you know, shifting it when you're going in a straight line, the gear linkage can be a bit weird.
Especially in the wet, if you're heavy on the braking and the car is a little bit loose, and then it's so easy to miss the gear, and then it tries to go into 2 gears at once, and that'll mess something up.
Was this the same car that was running in the 2-liter Cup?
Yes,
it's already one race in the Porsche 2-liter Cup.
Yeah.
Great field of cars.
It was
and he
awesome.
went well as well.
Yeah, we won we won the gentleman class, and we were 3rd overall. We didn't expect it in our debut. It was the first time here.
Tell me why you chose to come into that category, and indeed into the Peter Auto Classic family, and welcome to the family, by the way.
Well, thank you, and I think family is the word we're going for, because it was our father's car. So I'm driving with my brother. He was racing this car late 80s, early 90s. So
really? Great.
Yeah, so we have memories of being here in Spa, early 90s, with him racing this car at 6 hours and other races.
Wow, that is sheer quality. Is it in the same spec as it was when your dad was racing it?
No.
I was going to say it.
He was doing 2.5 liters with Webers, and he was going really quick. So, and we talked to James Turner from we've known him for quite some time now, and he said, "Well, you got to do 2-liter Cup.
Yeah,
you got to do it."
So back down to 2-liter with a 6-cylinder engine on Solexes.
Yep.
Instead, you run the Aramco fuel.
Yep.
And the control tire as well, the Avon control tire.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I noticed in the dry we were way oversteer, more oversteered than the other cars, because we were running the original little Coney dampers. They're like bicycle dampers, but they were perfect in the wet, because all the people with the stiff dampers they couldn't touch the curbs, and we just went and we were flying. I did not expect the result we had.
So you haven't had a chance to get out here in this weather. Are you happy about that or sad?
Yeah, a little bit sad, because when I see my brother flying through the order, and he might not like this, but I'm a little bit quicker, so I was thinking,
no,
yeah.
You know what? I was talking to him earlier. He said he was quicker than you.
You were talking to someone else now.
Mind you, he had to be quick at the end, because another pesky Dutch driver was starting to catch him at the end. Jeroen Blekemolen was coming like a rocket.
He was actually flying, yeah. We know Jeroen as well for quite some time. He's known me as a kid. And I was looking at the timing like, oh, don't you dare.
So is that the end of the weekend for you, or have you got there's nothing else for you tomorrow?
No, that's it. So tomorrow we'll be here just spectating.
Yeah, good, because it's going to be a great day tomorrow as well. Starts a little bit earlier, we'll have it for you. So, out at Dijon, next one?
Fortunately not, no. Our next race will be Le Mans.
At Le Mans Classic?
Yes.
Well, we'll see you there then.
Oh, awesome.
Have you been there before?
Nope, first time as well. And it's one of those things coming together as well. So one of the main sponsors for Le Mans is State of Art. It's a clothing brand, and that was our father's company. So and then one more thing, it's at his birthday, so he'll be looking down. Yeah,
really?
He'll be looking down at us for sure.
That's very, very cool. In terms of the experience that you guys have, you could have gone racing elsewhere. You had the car, but obviously, contemporary racing not interesting for you, or?
We've been doing some BMW Cups. Nothing too spectacular. And this was so nostalgic, and just the opportunity that was presented with this car, we had to take it.
What had the car been doing then in the intervening years? Your dad was racing it.
It went up into storage somewhere, and we had to completely strip it and do everything again.
Right.
So it was collecting dust, unfortunately.
But you still had it. That was the key thing. So you had somewhere to start.
Yep, definitely. Yeah.
Sounds good. Who did the work on the car for you?
Yeah, it's Bas Auto Service. It's a small shop in the east of the Netherlands.
Right.
And he has a whole lot of experience in racing and rally service. He builds Alfa Romeos and other engines. So he dove into this, and I couldn't be happier. We hear the stories from the guys from Tat Hill and from Historica and they're sometimes complaining about how fragile these engines can be. We got 30 hours on the engine now and no wear at all. So, yeah.
So after every event that you did Barcelona, didn't you?
No,
you didn't do Barcelona. So this is the first weekend.
Yeah.
So you've done a bit of testing, obviously.
Yeah, a month ago we were here. Yeah.
And so what? Yeah, you have a look down the plugs. You do a little bore scope. Have a look down there.
No, not
haven't even bothered doing that.
No, we had to change the rear seal, main seal. It was leaking a bit, so we swapped that out. Did an oil change pretty much, and that's it.
Do you feel that you'll stay at this level, or do you fancy doing a bit more with other types of cars? I suppose the draw of your dad's car is very, very strong.
And it's so much fun. If yesterday during qualifying, I had the lap of my life. I knocked 2 seconds off my personal best here. Everything stuck. It was the last lap of the qualifying session. I was screaming like a little kid coming over the finish and seeing that lap timer do a 3:02. It was just...
3:02 is pretty impressive in a sub 200 horsepower car around here.
Yeah. Well, the quick guys were doing 3 flat, but for our first time out here, I was over the moon.
I think they'd better look out, hadn't they?
Well, I was going to say,
are here.
how user-friendly is that short wheelbase 2-litre car?
It's more friendly than you might think. If you look at the onboard, it looks wild. You steer right in the left corner and left in the right corner. But it's actually pretty forgiving. The car tells you really well what it wants to do, and if you steer in and the back comes out, you just floor it and it'll stay there. It doesn't go further. And it's so satisfying driving these cars quick.
And nothing's happening too fast for you, so it's not... No. Everybody talks about Porsches. I drive Porsches on the rear-ended Porsches on the roads, and everybody says, "Oh, but you can't push on in that because it'll just snap you." And that's not my experience at all. Now it's a short wheelbase car, so there's a little less of it, and you get that big rear engine polar moment of inertia, as we've got one of the Cobra coupes of Pouhon.
Another one.
Yeah, in the darkness, but he's carried on, so no harm, no foul. We'll keep talking. But it seems like, not slow motion as such, but it seems like everything's progressive. That was the word I was searching for.
Yeah, and in the wet, I never drove this car in the wet. So this morning I was a little bit anxious. Okay, what's going to happen? And it was even easier. It was so much fun.
So Le Mans.
Yeah.
Any more of the big races through the year?
Maybe. It's I've just become a dad, so I gotta.
Congratulations.
I gotta stay at home as well a little bit.
No, you've got to take after. You've got to take after Max Verstappen. You go straight to the next motor race.
Yeah.
Then you're on iRacing.
Then you
go testing at the Nürburgring. Then to another motor race.
Yeah, exactly.
Just tell your partner that. That's all you need to say. How did you find out about Peter Auto? And I mean, obviously you had the right car, the 2-litre Cup, but you could have gone and raced that elsewhere. So
yeah, it's also we have some friends racing with a Viper as well in the Le Mans series or in the Endurance Legends.
Yeah.
So they told us about Peter Auto. I've looked at it for years on the live streams and just the amount of ridiculous, insane, awesome cars that come to each event is it's breathtaking for enthusiasts like us.
I'll tell you now, savor the moment when you drive out of the Le Mans pit lane and you see the Dunlop Bridge in front of you for the first time. that is quite exceptional. I've only done it in a road car, and it is. But obviously, as you know, my life's revolved around Le Mans for a very long time, and that is something very, very special. Indeed.
We're gonna make it one hell of an experience, just camping in the middle of the track.
That's a proper way to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Bruce, what's going on the track?
Well, just having a look, one person who's making a real charge, fastest lap of the race by about 2 to 3 seconds, Olivier Hart, the number 76 Shelby Cobra. There's no surprise there. He's working up the order. We've now got John Mitchell leading the race. Yes, he started from pole, but he has not pitted.
No, he's got 3 minutes left, so he's got to come in at the end of this lap.
So he will drop down. That should put Olivier Gallon back into the lead of the race, that number 6 Cobra. But bear in mind, he's in the pits at the moment. So, in fact, the car that Christophe Van Riet was driving ought to work its way back towards the front of the field. Remember, Gallon and Van Riet had that fantastic battle, and Christophe just managed to stick his nose in front before we got around to thinking about the pit stops in the middle of this 2-hour race.
I'm right in thinking there's no car to pits radio here, so this is old-fashioned pit boards.
Yep.
Yeah. Or do you discuss, and you have a lot of the guys have a timer on the steering wheel or and you go, right, I'm going to drive for X amount of minutes.
I forgot to press it, so I was I turned it on when I saw the sign pit window open. So I figured, okay, if I press it now, I'm probably at, 35 minutes. So yeah, rookie mistake, I know.
That's all right, you're allowed. Thank you for being honest about that. That's brilliant. What's been the best part of this weekend so far? I mean, disappointment that you're not in this race that you wanted to drive with your brother?
It was the moment I handed over the car to my brother. I figured, I didn't know where I was. I thought maybe P10, 9, I don't know. And then the mechanics were like, yeah. Like, what? Yeah, okay, we're going out P4. It's like, P4? But it's because of the pit stops. No. All the pit stops are done. So then little nerves start to set in. I see my brother drop down one rank, and it starts to build, and he gets him back, and he's third, and it's 10 minutes left, and Jeroen Blekemolen is on the charge, and we start jumping, and he didn't know what he was driving as well. He was thinking P10 as well. So I was waiting for him at the end of the pit lane. He comes in, he thinks, okay, I did a good race, and he sees me jumping and screaming, and then he figured, well, something must have happened. So I jump in the car, I tell him P3 and P1 in class, and he loses it as well. That was such a nice moment to have.
And to stand on the podium.
Oh yeah. Class. Yeah, I'm still reeking of champagne.
That's fine. That's allowed, and that's exactly how it should be. You've had some great memories here, and you've honoured your dad and his car.
Yeah,
that's a good feeling.
Absolutely. Yeah, I couldn't be happier. I'm all smiles ear to ear, probably till a few more days.
Well, try and come and find us at Le Mans. It'd be nice to see how your first Le Mans. I'm very envious of you driving a Porsche. Driving a Porsche at Le Mans is pretty special.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, the most successful manufacturer, going for that 20th overall win this year, all achieved since 1970, the overall wins, of course. And just incredible. A great story.
Yeah.
Proof that... What do you do in normal life away from racing?
Cars as well.
Right.
So we do everything from restoration to ceramic coating and PPF
right.
and everything in between.
All right, and your brother works with you on that as well?
No. My brother is in the textile industry.
All right, so something completely different.
Completely different, but still a little bit in the family atmosphere.
Because of the clothing company.
Yeah, but he's more on the the sustainability side.
All right, very cool. Well, proof that you can come into motor racing and have a really good time at a pretty high level. This is a pretty high level.
Yeah, definitely. I was feeling or waiting a little bit at the first laps, like what's going to happen, but everyone drives so well in the 2-liter Cup.
Yeah,
they're absolutely
very respectful as well.
Yes, it's fair racing, it's hard racing, but they do not shut the door at moments that you don't expect it.
Yeah,
and that's a good feeling. That gives you confidence.
Yeah, you're nodding and smiling there.
Well, I am,
Jobs.
because just earlier when we had James Turner in here, he said I think it was the first race he did. It was coming out of Bruxelles. He said there were 6 cars around him. Or he was one of 6 cars. They were all taking different lines, and he just started laughing.
Inside the car, inside
the car. Just thinking, this is more fun than I knew I could ever have.
Yes.
Which is a good way of putting it.
Olivier Hart has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 3:08.3. That would suggest to me that despite the pitch darkness now, and it is dark, that there aren't any track lights here. This is not even like, well, where did we go? So Daytona, no, that's lit. Le Mans now has quite a lot of lighting in key places, not everywhere, but here is very, very dark indeed. And Hart at a 3:08.385, that is by far the fastest lap of any of the classes out there. The top 3 made it in before the pit lane closed by my reckoning.
Yeah, so Jonathan Mitchell will be the best place of those, but he could well be behind Olivier Hart by the time he gets his Jaguar E-Type back on the track. Abraham Bontrup started the Hart Cobra, that's car number 76. It's going to be quite tight, but John Mitchell has driven very well indeed. Doesn't have the grunt of the Cobras, but he's kept it neat, kept it tidy in really tricky conditions.
Here's a little battle for 47th position in the overall, rather than anything else. Callum Lockheed's just done the fastest lap of the Morgan SLR, the 1961 car, 3:25.9. And he is chasing Eric van der Poel in the AC Cobra on the same lap as he's about to come across the line now. He's just done a 3:25.4, and there's about 20 seconds or so between them. So two absolute stalwarts and giants of this type of racing, and former British GT champion. Obviously, as we mentioned, Eric van der Poel has done just about everything and knows his way around here backwards, blindfolded with one hand tied behind his back. Thank you for coming to see us.
Thank you.
I know it's a bit of a trounce down here. I'm sorry you didn't get to drive, but it's an easy fix on the car as far as you know.
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you'll be back.
Yeah.
And we'll see you at Le Mans.
And better have it here than at Le Mans, right?
Correct.
That's very true. I like that. That's a positive attitude. Do you feel you know more about yourself and the car now?
I'm definitely confident in whatever conditions we're going to drive at Le Mans.
That's a nice thing to know.
Yeah.
Yes. Nice. Watch a bit of onboard.
Yes.
Enjoy it.
Thank you
Don't
so much.
bother watching the prototypes on board. That's going to completely freak you out. Because you look at it and go,
Pointless.
there's not a chance I'm going to be able to do that, but you won't be going that quick. What's your lap time going to be at Le Mans?
I have no clue.
5 minutes, maybe? Probably. I'd think about that.
We'll see what the Plateau 4 does. So, thank you.
Thanks for coming to see us. It's a really, really good story, Bruce, isn't it?
It's a fantastic story, because already James Turner was picking up on your brother's performance. You know, great to have people coming in, getting it, and also just the family link. So really, really good. Right, Olivier Hart continues to absolutely charge, but the big question is Jonathan Mitchell, who started from pole in his number 157 E-Type. He's sort of fortunate, John, in that he's doing both parts of the race. So he will understand what the track conditions are. And
the
it's definitely difficult for anybody going out to do the second half of this race into the darkness without the benefit of a few laps behind the safety car. The race started behind the safety car with a modicum of light for those out there. But Jonathan Mitchell, like others, it might be an advantage just doing both parts of the race, all of this 2-hour race.
Another guy really on the move is Phil Keane. Phil Keane has got into that 180 car, and he is probably the second fastest guy out there at the moment, actually.
Yeah, took over from Lee Mole, who was running, I think, about 8th place.
That's right, yeah.
Still waiting to just absolutely let you know the margin between Jonathan Mitchell, who was the last of the front runners to pit. He had been running third, but advanced to the lead when the two Cobras ahead of him made their pit stops. But Olivier Hart got into the car, started by, and has now Abraham
the lead.
And he has taken the lead. Just waiting to see how far behind Jonathan Mitchell is, or will Maxime Guinard, another Shelby Cobra, move up into second place. And now it's Lando Graf von Wedel, and we talked about the Lotus Elan. Remember, we picked it up in 15th position, the first of the cars that wasn't a Jaguar E-Type or a Shelby Cobra. He's now up into 4th place.
Yeah, steady rise.
They haven't had to put any fuel in. Because, as you know, I run an Elan. I help run an Elan with Andy Dawson and his son, and they definitely go 2 hours without any fueling. They don't have to.
Interesting.
Okay, that explains. I couldn't quite work out why he managed to vault about 4 runners ahead of him.
That'd be the reason.
Okay, well, that's a good reason too.
Would he have to take it slightly easy on a track like this where there's so much flat out running?
No.
No? Okay, excellent. So that's good. That's a great one. Also notice that Monsieur Fillon, Francois Fillon, behind the wheel now of the car that he is sharing. He and his brother have been big supporters of racing of all cars. I have a feeling that his brother, while in the time that he's been president of the ACO, has raced an LMP3 car. I'm absolutely certain he has.
That rings a bell, I must say.
I can't think where I would have seen that and commentated on it, but I'm pretty certain that is the case.
Yeah, our president also raced with David Clark in a land.
Yes, he did. David Clark from Georgia.
Yes.
I'd like to correct myself because Jonathan Mitchell's car is dropping down the order after that late pit stop, because he's now the Lotus of Land of Graf von Wedel is up into third. John Minshaw, who's again like John Mitchell running the entirety of this race, he's up to fourth. Janssen fifth, Olivier Gallon sixth, Fred Bouvy seventh, Jonathan Mitchell out of the pits but down in eighth.
Must have had a problem. Maybe he couldn't get on a pump or something.
I wonder, but you
know, I know we do have.
Nobody should have done, because everybody else had pitted before him.
Maybe they had some problems with refueling.
Olivier Gallant has just been in and out of the pits again. So that was that no, that was his first stop. No, sorry. Check that.
He stopped really late.
Yes, yeah, that's kind of getting excited for no reason at all. It's not exactly a headline. Fastest laps then. Olivier Hart, who leads the race in the Shelby Cobra 289, number 76, with a 3 minutes 8. By far the fastest lap of the race so far. And that's a GT5 car.
Yeah, last lap in Sector 2, it was 4 seconds quicker in Sector 2 alone than the nearest pursuer.
I'm seeing a lot of light colours, Bruce, on the timing screen. People doing their cars fastest. Now, the more experienced and potentially the faster drivers have got in. So Ollie Bryant's just done a 3:17 in the Jaguar E-Type that he's just got into. But does that also suggest possibly that the conditions, although it's very dark out there, I don't think there's even a drying line at the moment. But I was going to say, has it stopped raining? But no, I've just seen the headlights and it's still falling.
It's still pouring. I mean, I quickly looked down the screen to see who else was picking up the pace as the second driver. Andrew Smith, so much experience in historic races. He might be down in 20th position, but he's in an Austin Healey, but he's top of his class, which is the GT3 class. We've got 5 GT categories here. He's in the sort of the middle one in terms of likely performance. But again, you know, the Scottish house builder gets in, gets on.
We did think Rob Huff would move up the field. I see he's in the pit at the moment. I presume they have a problem with that car now, which is a shame because Huffy's really good at an E-Type.
Yeah, but over the years, he's one of those drivers who sort of segued almost seamlessly and much faster than so many of his contemporaries into historic racing.
Well, yeah, but he started.
But he always raced an MGB.
Yes, that's how he started.
Yes, that's how he started. But don't forget that the Rob Huff E-Type started down at the tail of the field. It had been qualified actually fastest, but for whatever reason was put down to the tail of the grid. It was one of the stories we were looking for. Richard Lyons making his way up the order, but clearly something untoward has delayed their progress.
Yeah.
Right, Olivier Hart, I just want to pick on his lead at the moment. It's a mere 47 seconds, and he's going away with every lap from Maxime Guinard. So Cobra from Cobra, but Olivier Hart, started by Abraham Bontrup, car number 76, and it's absolutely flying.
Huffy got his break by winning the what was then SEAT Cupra Cup, which was a televised sort of reality TV show that had a prize driver off the back of it, and ended up in the touring car. Was part of the British Touring Car Championship, and Dave Ward and Piers Phillips part of that. Both Wardy and Piers Phillips, both SEAT guys down through the years. So
I think we're 3/4 of the way through this race now.
Yeah, half an hour to go.
Yeah,
over.
And Hart pulling away from the field. Guinard up to second place. Looking good, but not with the same pace at all.
Top 13 cars at the moment are still on the lead lap, and that is mostly GT5 and GT4 cars. The outlier is Lando Graf von Wedel in that Lotus Elan. Now, whatever else he's doing, he's still keeping up a canny little pace there, because he's fastest lap, or that car's fastest lap was a 3:20. He's lapping in a 3:23.8 last time around, a little bit of traffic. Now, he hasn't got the straight line speed. He's got a nimble car that will corner well, and I just wonder where the crossover point, if the weather gets worse or better, if it advantages or disadvantages him, and where that crossover point comes. He's got about 14 seconds on John Minshaw, who's another class leader, in 4th position. And
Minshaw will reel him in.
Yeah, well, he's 7 seconds a lap quicker. So in 2 laps, he's there.
Yeah, but
he's not fighting against. They're not fighting against him.
Must just hate that run up the Kemmel Straight, just going, please give me some horsepower. Oh, here comes something. It's getting bigger. It's bigger. Oh, it's rumbled. It's past.
He gets his Kindle out and reads a chapter of War and Peace as he's going up there, doesn't he? That low cloud actually is what's causing the problems in it sort of from Pouhon down over to the start-finish line and then up again to probably the top of Radillon. It's a little bit clearer as you come up to Les Combes, as long as you're not following a huge group of cars. And even our very sophisticated cameras on the far side of the circuit on the Pouhon out are beginning to struggle because there's just not enough light for them. They'll work and they'll amplify any light that's there. There just isn't any light.
I think it's extraordinary what we've got, actually.
I've never seen anything like this in pitch darkness.
No.
Nothing at all. And I can still discern colour.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's impressive for me, Andrew. You've worked in television for a very, very long time, and the sort of technology that we've got now is extraordinary.
And even we can see the rain sheeting down still, you know. We've got that definition despite there being so little light. Technology just coming on apace all the time.
When we first started doing the American Le Mans series, which, remember, the first Petit Le Mans was 1998, the first series was 1999, and Don Pinos was buying TV time for quite a lot of the races there, and he liked the cars going into darkness, and the TV companies hated it because when the cars were coming towards you, literally all you could see was a blur of light.
Yeah.
And things have come on. You know, that's 20 years ago. That's all we're talking about, really, 25 years ago. And the technology that's come on, and the camera technology, the switch to digital, to high definition, to ultra high definition and 4K, and the availability of that technology for us to be able to see it here at the circuit and inform our commentary, but also to beam it in real time across the world, which would have been satellite dishes and on passes and bouncers, and then somebody taking it in Australia, somebody taking it in South Africa, somebody taking it in the States, and now, provided you've got some data, you could be watching this on your phone somewhere in the States at the moment.
Another extraordinary thing is, of course, the timing of scoring. I'm looking at my iPhone, I'm seeing sector times.
Yes.
Years ago, when I was reporting Grand Prix races, say there was a practice session, you had to wait 15 minutes until
the end of the session.
They pinned the times up somewhere, you know.
Yeah.
In fact, it wasn't quite like that because all the teams had, like Helen Stewart, you mentioned, she was mega on the stopwatches. So I would go.
She wouldn't just time her own.
No, they're using split-second stopwatches, and there was 4 or 5 of them were really good. So at the end, as the session was coming to the end, I'd go and speak to each of them.
Yeah.
And so I really know who was fastest.
Yeah.
But you still had to wait for it to be official. But you can start writing your story because they were usually right within fractions of a second. Except they also weren't sitting in the same places at timing.
Yeah.
Which was also being done manually, of course. Yeah. And now, if I want to look at a kart race in Australia, some kids I never heard of, I can see their sector times on some little kart track. It is one of the most extraordinary the way that the whole digital age has changed racing. And of course, you know, these cars have got carburetors. Now all the fuel is finely monitored by a wonderful computer.
Yeah.
But you know what? As soon as a bit of technology advances, you take it for granted. It's just because we sort of expect it to come. But I have done the night stint at the Spa 24 Hours, and we talked earlier about how dark it is around the circuit. And to my mind, even about half a dozen years ago, it was terrible at night.
I didn't think. You couldn't see it out. No, nothing.
To the point where, you know, I would try to get the night stints for races that we were, even if we were on radio, obviously you're relying on the TV pictures to see what's going on the other side of the circuit. Now, when we were doing the Spa 24 Hours, there wasn't 24-hour pictures. So we were relying on timing and scoring. And any sector times and things like that we could see. But I used to volunteer to do the overnights because I didn't think it was fair to put anybody else on when all you could see was headlights, and you were peering and going, that is that Ferrari? No, it's a course car. Sorry, it's a car. You know, I mean, it was that bad.
No, totally. You felt like a prime to be a fool at all occasions.
Absolutely.
But you know, you also think about what the camera crews can see through their viewfinders. That has advanced so much, because otherwise, I mean, their job was just hideous at night, and if it's raining as well, good grief.
Well, and colour viewfinders, because even with colour cameras, and Andrew, you'll know this, even with colour cameras, you didn't always used to have a colour viewfinder. Monochrome.
Oh, you didn't always have a coloured monitor.
Oh, exactly.
When I did the 1976 Japanese Grand Prix, James Hunt won the World Championship. Both BBC and ITV covered that race.
Yeah.
But my work colleague, Barry Gill, was doing it for the BBC in Japan. Nice.
Yeah.
I was doing it in ITN at Wells Street on a black and white monitor.
On a rather rainy day with lots of...
we got a moment. We were managing James Hunt at the time. He came back, and I managed in the VIP media suite his homecoming. And there was loads of press there, and he'd been enjoying his success, shall we say that?
Yes, indeed.
Always a one.
Very nice.
But one Japanese fan, as he got on a plane, gave him a monkey with cymbals.
That you wound up and did ting. Yeah.
He sat in the press conference. Every time somebody said, "Well done, James," he pressed a button. This monkey clapped the cymbals. It was bizarre, to be honest. But that was James for you. One person on the move now, moved up into 10th place, British driver Andy Newell. Andy's an interesting guy. He's built a lot of Cobras in his time, and GT40s, particularly in the Jelsco company, which he's recently just sold. But he's driving with, must be one of his clients, Alexandra Kolb, and he's another Kolb, but he's a fine peddler, is Andy Newell.
The bigger the engine, the better for him. He really loves a big old McLaren.
Yeah, I mean, he told me...
Big inches are our friend.
I talked to him a couple of weeks ago, and he said, you know, I can really concentrate on my racing now. So I basically sold the business. My son's running it in a way, but he's just really doing parts. But we aren't building GT40s anymore. And he's having a lot of fun. And there he is, doing some good times.
I hope you're enjoying the atmospheric shots that we're
look at that shot.
Giving you. It's incredible.
See the individual grains of gravel there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the good news is they're largely in the gravel trap, because
true.
Up at Bruxelles, it's quite frequently scattered with gravel. But I must say, the driving standards have been really good. We've had not just this race, throughout today. Bear in mind, all these drivers came here a while ago for testing, but they had a full day of dry track running yesterday, the Friday at Spa-Francorchamps. But today, conditions, we had a bit of qualifying in the morning, but then it moved to racing, and it had already started drizzling. It's been raining more heavily since, and it eases in and out, but they've largely kept it on the island, and they also have done that thing which is largely leave the gravel in the gravel traps, and particularly in the dark, the last thing you want to find is a track that suddenly has got bits all across the track.
We've said that, but to finish off this evening, of course, we've got the historic touring car challenge. Before that, we've got the LMPs and the GT1s back out. This is very much going to evoke nighttime at Le Mans, and fantastic thoughts of those cars, the early 2000s. The historic touring car challenge. Well, touring cars traditionally have the oft repeated, all arms, elbows, and door handles on that. I think because these are classic cars, we will see a little more respect than that, but they'll finish things off for Saturday night, and that comes at 23:15 local time for an hour. So we will go into Sunday morning here.
It's their version of the Spa 24 Hours. It's just they're just making the night time segment.
It was a great touring car race, the Spa 24 Hours. I love it. I mean, it's a GT3 race now, and it is an incredible entry for the CrowdStrike 24-hour race.
75 cars, I believe, which is extraordinary. When I started coming in the 80s,
there are classes within that, but the classes are for the drivers,
the identical
for the
cars. It's just down to driver ranking as they go Pro, Gold, Silver, Bronze, and Pro-Am, so 4 subclasses. But, you know, when I started, you had these, you know, maybe half a dozen cars that were going for outright victory, and then you had cars with far smaller engines that could still place really well in the European Touring Car Championship, whatever, little Toyota Corollas, but it was the diversity I loved.
We've got a great battle, you know, going on for 10th. We've got 3 or 4 all running within a second of each other. So we'll see how that...
10th at the moment.
Yeah, I'll see how...
180.
Greenshaw's caught them up as well. So that's a good battle. Another Brit we haven't mentioned, Mark Hales, long-time journalist, drove all of Nick Mason's cars for him over the years. Wrote a wonderful book about driving Nick's cars as well.
Better than that, that book also had a sound attached.
It did, yeah.
Engine notes are so important in life, but particularly, you know, when you come to a track, it's visceral, and it's when you're suddenly presented with an engine note you haven't heard for decades. And we had this at the Goodwood members meeting when they brought back, you know, the Gordon Spies Ford Capris and the Rover S. ones. It was fantastic because the engine notes, the backdrop of touring cars in my childhood and just going to teenage years. To hear them again, it's delight. But yeah, that was definitely a wonderful set of audio clips with that book that Mark Hales did. Long time ago now, though.
Yeah, got some pit stop infringements coming in. Again, not bothering the sharp end of the field, but I'll go through them for you anyway. The first one, which is a 48-second penalty. Now that'll be a multiplier of how long they were short in the pits, how long they were short, how much time they were short as to the mandatory time, and that is the number 41, which is the Anthony Trowen BN7 Austin Healey, the Healey 3 litre from 1965, and a 153-second time penalty for the number 5 of Alexis de Beaumont, and also a 27-second time penalty for the Jaguar E-Pipe. Oh, now this is significant because that's the Nigel Greensall car.
Oh, dear.
And John Spears. Now that car had dropped down a little bit, hadn't it? But that's 100 and... what did I say for that? 27 seconds for that. And I'm not finished, by the way. Sorry
well,
about
they were investigating 10 when I last looked. So
were they?
10 cars, not number 10.
147 is Guy Grant and Mark Hales, and that will be 111 second time penalty. I expect to see more of those coming in. And again, this is basically blowing out the minimum pit stop time infringement. There is a set time for each of the categories that you've got to stay in the pit lane, and if you do not abide by that, for every 10th of a second that you get short, you get a time penalty. It's multiplied up, normally 3 times.
It does seem no penalties at all for the number 76 crew. Abraham Bontrup started. Olivier Hart took over that 76 Shelby Cobra, one of the 289 models. He was 50-something seconds clear. Forget that. He's now 1 minute and 19 seconds clear of Maxime Guyenard in another Cobra. The best of the E-types is 3rd place, but doing pretty well actually in the hands of John Minshaw, who's ahead of Olivier Gallon and actually just edging clear. So it's going to be a good day. Already up on the podium has been John Minshaw, where he's sharing with Katerina Kivalova. That was in the Gentleman's Challenge, and now this 2-hour race he's doing it solo and putting in a really good fist. But Olivier Hart just seems completely at home.
Absolutely. We had a lovely chat earlier in the booth here with Callum Lockie.
Yeah.
I noticed because that car got beached, remember that?
Yeah, he dropped laps.
Pulled out, and now he's in 4th place, I think. 3rd or
5th place in
GT. 5th in GT, yes. Good. Yeah, I hadn't seen Collard in there. But he's certainly moving up. It's 85 a lap.
Eric van der Poel has cleared off because him and Callum were close together, and van der Poel is now up into 32nd position when he was battling for 41st and 42nd.
Yeah.
What, half an hour ago maybe? Even perhaps fewer minutes than that. And as I mentioned his name, he's actually now up inside the top 30 because people are having questioned this, whether they would have to have 2 pit stops. And there are some cars. Nick Padmore's in for the 2nd time in the Shelby Cobra number 164. Sébastien Berchon in the number 100. And Michel Velter in the Elan S1, Series 1. That's a 2nd pit stop for all of those. The George McDonald Elan has taken 2 pit stops as well. which makes that run at the front of the field by Lando Graf van Wedel in the Series 1 still on only one pit stop, albeit with half an hour, 18 minutes, let's call it, still to go. That is a cracking run, and he has blitzed the GT2 category, boys.
I'm just doubling back. I just want to check that he hasn't got a penalty coming his way. I can't remember. There were so many cars under investigation. No, he's clear. So yeah, and again, when you have a two-hour driver race, it's about balancing your driver crew. But they're both quick. Both of the
it's about consistency, really. You need someone. There's no point in having someone. I've had this conversation with a few people down through the years who were not professional drivers. Again, I'm not using the G word for this. And I remember one of them who turned out to be very, very good, actually, fought really hard to race. And he would ask me at Le Mans, right, before I get in the car, and I'd get a text, who am I racing? Who am I racing? And I would say, you're not racing anybody. Just go out there, do your laps, do your lap time that your engineer tells you you've got to do. You're not racing anybody till the last 2 hours in Le Mans. And your job is to treat it like the most expensive hire car you've ever picked up from an airport, and you haven't got the collision damage waiver insurance. So you've got to bring it back the same way you took it out. It can be dirtier, but it hasn't going to have any damage. And it's about consistency. It's no point in being 2/10 off your pro driver one lap and then putting it in the gravel and losing 2 minutes the next lap, or having a half spin and losing 6 seconds. And I know of what I speak, because I've done it myself. You get over enthusiastic, overconfident, you put in your best lap, and then you try to brake a little bit later the next time around, and you can't. Physically, you can't get over the laws of physics.
Sometimes easier said than done, though.
But I know, exactly. You get the red mist when you're chasing somebody and trying to race somebody. But, you know, it's...
Simply run out of talent.
Yeah.
Right, 2 overtaking manoeuvres in the top 6 positions, because John Minshaw, I thought he was keeping Olivier Gallon at bay, but it's now a Shelby Cobra 1, 2 and 3 in this race. Gallon goes up into 3rd place. John Minshaw back to 4th in his GT4 class, leading Jaguar E-Type. And Frederick Bouvy has just moved ahead in his Shelby Cobra of that Graf von Wegel.
So that's dropped down to 6.
Not surprising, horsepower wins out.
Yeah, absolutely. But Hart driving away from everybody at the minute, 90 seconds away from everyone else.
It's gaining about 5 seconds per lap, sometimes 6 seconds over Maxime Guénard.
And they're all the same class cars. They're all right. There's 2 Daytona Coupes following a 289, but I mean, really, that's extraordinary. That is very, very impressive indeed. His last lap at 3 minutes 11. The best of the chasing pack, a 3:13 from Olivier Galland. Maxime Guénard, a 3:19.2. John Minshaw, 3:17.6. Now, he's not in a similar class car, in fairness. But my goodness, Phil Keane in that 180 to the number GT, the 180 GT4 3rd place car, Jaguar, with a 3:11 last time around. Wow, a 10th away from the leader of the race last time around. That's impressive by Phil. That's by far the fastest GT4 car out there at the moment. Now, he is 4 seconds away from 2nd place Jonathan Mitchell. He's 9 seconds a lap quicker at the moment. How far is he behind John Minshaw for the win in the race? I think it's a little bit beyond him 40, at the moment.
40 seconds or so, 40 plus seconds. So Minshaw surely has got this one under control. Running 4th overall.
Yeah.
Just going down through the classes, we've got the best race leader, that's Olivier Hart, GT5. 4th place overall is the top car in GT4, which is John Minshaw in his Jaguar E-Type. Lando Graf von Wedel leading GT2 in 6th. Then we need to work down to GT3, which is in 19th place overall. Andrew Smith on the charge in his Austin Healey, as you'd expect. And he's got a target. He's chasing after Biotto's Chevrolet Corvette. That's the car number 48, which by my memory is 1963 split window C2 Corvette. Looks great.
Phil's going to get, if he gets a clear run through the traffic, he's going to cut. John Minshaw can't afford to doze here, because he's losing 6 and 7 seconds a lap to Phil Keane. Phil, I don't think has got enough time left. There's probably 4, maybe 5 laps left. So possibly 30 seconds could go there of that 40-ish seconds, but that's if they both stay at the same pace as they are. And as Paul Trustwell always says, and you'll hear him on Radio Le Mans again this year, 91.2 around the circuit and around the world on RS1. If everything stays the same, then, but he'll always say, if everything stays the same, which it almost never does in endurance racing and multi-class racing, of course, he's absolutely right. Something intervenes unless you have a perfect race.
Yeah, we're into our last 15 minutes of this 2-hour epic in the rain here at Spa-Francorchamps. And Cobra's showing their grunt really paying off around this track.
The rain is actually...
yeah, look at that shot. Look at that shot.
Teeming down now. Diagonally, I can call it the angle, but basically it's hitting the track very, very hard indeed. The drivers have been running... It was nearly dark at the start of the race. It was the gloaming, or the late gloaming, I think one would say. But certainly these weather conditions have made it harder. But it was a steady drizzle, and now it's certainly picked up quite big time. What have we got left on the clock? A dozen minutes, one would suggest. There it is. So with a lead of over 1.5 minutes, in fact, 1 minute and 35 seconds, and going away, Olivier Hart has got this one in the bag. Car number 76, one of the sort of mid-blue Cobra with a red band over its nose. Looks great, but I mean, Abraham Bontrap, who started the car, did a good job, but Olivier Hart's been on another planet.
And what he's got to do now is make sure he doesn't do it extra lap. So he needs to just
do the math.
Yeah, do the arithmetic himself. He'll be looking at the timer within the car. Everybody has one, if you remember to start.
They're very.
That was very honest, wasn't it? Having far too much fun he is this weekend.
They're very switched on, the Hart team. You know, a whole family switched on, and David and so on. They'll be monitoring this situation, and he'll know where he is just from the pit board. But 95 second lead, and
Nigel Greensold pits.
Oh, well, he had that penalty, didn't he?
Yeah, but that would have just been added onto his race time. So that must be fuel. That must be fuel.
Yeah, I'm picking up on a really good little scrap over second place in the GT2 class, and it's two Lotus Elans, and they're separated by just 3 seconds. Andrew Haddon chasing Ed Morris, so that's car 79 after 1-2-4. Of course, that class is being dominated by the Grafon Vadels. They're in 6th place overall, well clear. But, you know, you have to, in a field that we started with 56 cars, you've got to go looking for stories. They're there, but some great scraps up and down the order, but no one out there can really see what they're doing.
Andrew Haddon's a well-known racer in Lotus Elans and Lotus Cortinas and so on. Done some single-seaters as well. So he's a good peddler with lots of experience. Times
are going out. Even at the leader. The leader's eased his pace, you might imagine. Maxime Guinard only 2 seconds slower than the leader last time. Still a 3:14 for Olivier Gallant, so, you know, he's still pedaling along. John Minshaw, though, a 3:23.5 in that leading GT4 car. Phil Keane is now up into second position in GT4, having passed Jonathan Mitchell, who's also gone past Baz Janssen. So they're now up into 7th and 8th, respectively. And Phil took another 7 seconds last time around out of John Minshaw. So both of their times are going out a little bit. Phil had a wee bit of a scrap to get through there. So I need to see Phil's next time. That car's capable of doing 11s, but possibly not in these conditions now, as it does seem to be getting worse, Bruce.
It does. I mean, you know, Phil is catching, but it surely can't be enough. Under 10 minutes to go, under 9 minutes 20 to go. The time's come down, but how much has John Minshaw got the feel for this car right now? He's driven solo. Remember, we had that little moment at the start of the race with going sideways, which is something you forget in the midst of time.
It might be that he's managing his fuel as well, of course, with 9 minutes to go, with 1 or 2 people who seem to have taken a second pit stop. In fact, a whole bunch of people in the midfield who are in their second pit stops now, which is extraordinary. In fact, there's Anthony Schraer and the Austin Haley 3 litre just coming in again.
And Callum's moved up into 3rd spot in his class.
Yeah, well done.
You know, I noticed when we started talking about him a while ago, after the car had been spun and lost a lap and a half in the gravel up at La Source with his teammate Simon Arabigan, he was in 7th place in class, but he just kept on climbing. I think he's got a good minute to gain, which he will not manage as he chases on to try and gain another position. But that's been a good climb, as you'd expect from the Scottish star.
Yeah. Van der Poel now up to 28th position, having started that fight back somewhere in the 40s. Andy Willis's Lotus Elan has stopped out on the track. Number 105 car. Not sure where that is on the circuit. We'll wait for race control to tell us. The bright red rain lights glistening in the full darkness now here at Spa-Francorchamps as we come towards the end of the anti-penultimate race of Saturday. 7 3/4 minutes to go. Olivier Hart back down into the 3:11s again. Last time around, John Minshaw in that battle that we're keeping an eye on, 3:21. Phil Keane, 3:12. Another 9 seconds disappearing. But there's cars between them. Only Frederick Bouvy in the Cobra between them on the timing and scoring. I think time is not on the side of Phil Keane here.
Bouvy's been doing a really good job.
has.
You know, he's a Belgian driver. He's close on 60. They've been winning in GT4 in France in a Ginetta G56, believe it or not. He's raced his. He's had a win here in a Spa 6 Hour Classic in his class in that Cobra.
Fourth, he's the first person off the podium at the moment.
Yeah, and he's had a win. He's had a win in Fun Cup as well here. So.
Fun Cup round. It's a 25-hour race. They have all of those chassis, all those cars built by WRT.
Yeah.
And they have a class in that race where part of the regulations are you have to carry a passenger.
Yes.
So there is a specific class for a car with 2 people in it. You can rotate them. Just have to be the same passenger, obviously, for 24 hours.
It's a light passenger,
so you rotate the people through.
Probably pays for the ride, you know. Well, they all pay, and then
if you have a sponsor, then
I don't think I've put my hand up for that actually.
What, as a passenger?
No, I've been in a Can-Am car with Denny Holm.
Have you?
Around Goodwood, very fast. And
Lord, what a circuit to do it at.
That wouldn't have had a proper seat.
It didn't have a proper seat, and it did not have safety belts. I had to hook my arm around the roll cage where there was a bar, and about 5 of us went that day, and the late great Alan Hendry was one of them. But there was another journalist, Scottish guy, and if you couldn't take it, you had to tap Denny on the helmet to come in. One of the guys couldn't take it. Disorientation, unbelievable. The braking was the most stunning thing. The braking was the most stunning thing. I've been around Donington in one of those Nissans we saw racing earlier. That was pretty impressive, but nothing like going in a Can-Am car like that.
I went out in Dubai in the Le Mans winning Aston Martin with Richard Riedel strapped into a passenger seat, I might add. And the obviously I ride motorbikes, and the acceleration isn't what takes you, it's the braking. And just how late Ricard was braking around the short circuit at Dubai was just incredible.
My first editor of Autosport, the wonderful Quentin Spurring, said there was a moment of realisation going down the Mulsanne Straight when he wasn't strapped in as a passenger in the days before the chicanes at the Mans. He suddenly thought, what am I doing?
In what? What was he the passengering in?
I am trying to remember. It wasn't a Porsche 956, but it was of that ilk.
So that might have been 200. I can't. Well over 220 miles an hour. That would have.
Holding on with one hand.
The Hart is consistently quicker than anybody else, and he's still going away.
17 last time around. Minshaw dropped to a 27 last time around. Phil Keane a 3:15. And it's now only 17 seconds away, possibly 2 laps to go.
And he couldn't get by Bouvy as well, because he's only 2 seconds ahead.
He needs to get past Bouvy
he will.
And get up the road to try and get on the tail of John Minshaw. I think John Minshaw's saving fuel here.
Could be, could well be.
We'll see if we can get a word with him later on. There's a warning flag at turn 11, which is poo on out from memory. And I can see the yellow flags. And that is that a car that stopped there as well? It is, I'm being told from race control, the number 68 car is moving slowly, which is the Mustang GT350, the Adriaans, Armand and Sam Adriaans, the Netherlands drivers. And I think it's Sam who's finishing off that race. So coming into the last minute of the race, or the last lap, where is the leader? That is the question. Try and pick him up on the tracker. Looks like he's coming to Le Combe at the moment. So I think it'll be last lap next time by, and Phil Keane now 14 seconds behind John Minshaw for the win in GT4 and 4th place overall. And last time he took 13 seconds out of him on that lap.
And past Boovy.
Yeah,
And
that
past
included
Boovy.
the pass on Boovy.
And just remember that for many, many years, Phil Keane would race with John Minshaw.
Yes.
And so, of course,
They
friends,
never,
colleagues,
yeah.
but, you know, got to have a little bit of professional.
they never won the British GT Championship. They finished second 3 times with the Barwell car. I think that's right. But they never quite won it.
Coming up, we've got the endurance racing legends back with the LMP1s and GT1s, and we'll finish off the evening with the historic touring cars going through into tomorrow morning here in the Ardennes. Last lap now for Olivier Hart, who has driven impeccably. He eased off to a frankly for him, pedestrian 3-minute 20, which is still faster than most of the field. Maxime Gunart has kept his pace up. I did a 3:17 last time around in worsening conditions. That's only 2 seconds worse off than that car's very fastest lap. Another car pitting late. This has to be fuel for people coming in here with a lap to go. That's one of the 26Rs. That's the third place car in GTS, Andrew Haddon in the number 79 car.
They shouldn't have run out of fuel.
So they didn't fill it then?
Well, it may be another problem. It could be another problem.
So that is the second pit stop for that car. And Phil Keane down to 6 seconds now on John Minshaw. The 33 E-Type and the 180 E-Type are battling for honours in that category out in the darkness. And if I'm smart, I'll put up the tracker on my screen.
Well done.
And be able to tell you where they are on the circuit. And we've got yellow flags out there. The leader coming down through Pouhon now. And some, minute and a half, 2 minutes behind is the battle that we're keeping a close eye on between John Minshaw and the E-Type and Phil Keane in the similar car. Both cars from 1965. And Keane, well, if he took 10 seconds again last time around, so he's going to be right there. And he's gone through.
Gone through, yeah.
He's gone through. As they start the last lap, he's gone through and overtaken John Minshaw. Extraordinary. That was 40 seconds plus, not 4 or 5 laps ago. And that is Phil Keane with absolutely eyes on the prize. He's not going to get any further up the overall standings. I suggest that that's not what he was aiming for. He was looking for top step of the GT4 podium, and he's claimed it there as he goes on to his last lap.
You know what? The ability to see in the dark as well is something.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not being stupid here, but Phil is a little younger than John.
John's eyes might be starting to feel very tired indeed. Just agitated, really.
Well, also, John has done the race in its entirety,
yeah,
whereas Phil took over from Lee Mole.
Yeah.
That's been an extraordinary second half of the race. And that might be one of the drives of the day so far. As the checkered flag is out and seen by the Shelby Cobra of Olivier Hart, who has driven an absolutely faultless race, Andrew.
Yeah. Flying Dutchman there. He looks a bit of a film star, really. He's got long blonde hair. He certainly looks the part, and helped so much by his father, David. But they make a great pair. But Olivier Hart, wonderful drive from him. Maxime good out, another young guy in the second, and then Olivier Gallon, who led early on in third place, and then Phil Keane winning his class.
Lando Graf van Weidel has gone through, winning in the GT2 category, and a massively creditable 7th overall in the Lotus Elan, the S1 from 1965.
And Andrew Smith has just crossed the line in the Healy to take that class victory.
Correct, in 16th position in the Mark 1 from 1961. And I reckon only the top 6 cars on the lead lap at the end of that. Such was the pace of Olivier Hart. There was 100 seconds between him and second place. I think we can call that a dominating victory, Bruce.
I think we can, and I think a lot of other cars would have been on the lead lap if he hadn't extended that lead to such an enormous margin. But it was the way he was sometimes gaining 7-8 seconds a lap as he was pulling clear of Maxime Guinat. No disrespect to Maxime.
Still hasn't crossed the line, by the way. And I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with the second place Daytona.
Just emphasises how big the gap was.
Yeah. Absolutely. There he goes. Oh, he cut it to 1 minute 37.4 on the last lap, did Greenholm. I suggest that Ollie was slow. Yeah, Olivier Hart did, I think, possibly his slowest lap of the race on the last lap, at 3:22.499. Outstanding stuff from him. Maxime Guinat then in second place in the number 51, won the battle of the Daytona Coupe, excuse me, in GT5. Olivier Gallant still to finish the race. He was another 50 seconds back. And then it will be Phil Keane in 4th overall to take the GT4 class win over John Minshaw. Passed him as they were going across the line, and is already 7. Oh, Minshaw's got a problem, because he's just been passed by Bouvy as well. So Minshaw, who did a 3:29 last time around, I'm pretty certain he's massively fuel saving to get that number 33 E-Type to the line. So Phil Keane wins GT4. John Minshaw, I think, will still, yes, he will be second, even if he runs out of fuel, because Jonathan Mitchell has already taken the checkered flag and is a lap down. But I'm sure John will want to get back and not have to come back on the end of a tour up. There goes Phil Keane across the start-finish line. And we're waiting for Bouvy and John Minshaw to come through to complete the top 10 runners. Extraordinary stuff on an evening that has tested the driver's ability to the absolute limit. Nigel Greensall pitted late and has not re-emerged from the pit lane, so a problem for his number 126, the lightweight E-Type. And there's Minshaw gone through. Yeah, 3:34 on the last lap. Dropped 17 seconds, or more than that. Dropped 24 seconds to Phil Keane on that last lap. So I think that was John nursing the car home for whatever reason. Exceptional stuff in ever worsening conditions. And we'll welcome back the endurance racing legends. These are the cars that you would have seen at Le Mans in the early 2000s. Andrew, you're going to do that? Okay, thank you. So we can welcome in our next guest, who's been waiting patiently, and have a chat with a racing legend in this paddock. Hello to the always smiley Lee Max de Perch. How are you?
Hello, I'm very well, thank you. Pleased to join you.
Thank you very much for coming down. Have you had a decent day?
Yeah, we had a great day. Had a very wet race in ERL2 this afternoon.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it was sketchy, but we all came home in one piece.
Now, I was asking some of our guests earlier on, but you're in a perfect position now to really answer this question. What do you think has contributed to the rise of this form of racing? Obviously, in this particular event, with Patrick Peter, they've grown their events year on year. They've added more events. We're now streaming to the world, which is a new innovation for this year. But looking more generally at the classic racing scene, where was that? Where was the clipping point? Where was the tipping point that started it on its route to where we've arrived now? Because what, 15 years ago, an event like this would have been possible, but we wouldn't have seen the variety and professionalism of the preparation of cars like you guys do and you guys race.
Yeah, the professionalism in historic motorsport has been incredible in recent years, and the emergence of GT1, GT2 cars, GT3 cars, prototypes, has been, I think, partly to do with the demographic shift with younger people coming into the sport.
Very good.
And
they want to race the cars that moved them.
Exactly. They're the cars that they saw at Le Mans racing, and they have a passion to drive them. And in actual fact, they're really suited to the amateur racer, because they are, believe it or not, quite easy to drive at 9/10, but you know, to get the last 10%.
That's a relative thing, Lee. Come on.
But the last 10% is down to the pros, and a lot of us amateur historic racers, we drive with pros to try and learn that last 10%.
And are they, I mean, I would ask, are they easy or difficult to run, expensive to run? I mean, I look at the prototypes and think, well, you have to be manufacturing things for that if they break, because you can't nip down even to your local race shop and say, can I have a widget spring for a 2000 Audi? I actually probably could go to Audi and say, have you got this part? They might well have it.
Well, I mean, in our world, I mean, we're a Porsche preparer, and believe it or not, they're actually easier to run than 60s or 70s cars are, because Porsche actually still hold a relative amount of stock at Porsche
Very
Motorsport.
lovely. Alex Farbig as well at Classic. He keeps cars running as well, doesn't he?
Does indeed. And but you know, we can go to Porsche Motorsport in Germany, and they still hold stock for 996 and 997.
Really?
Yeah. And so that makes our job a bit easier. But again, as you say, historic motorsport is advanced, and we're able to reverse engineer and manufacture stuff, and it's good for us as preparers as well, because it keeps our employees interested in what they're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I suspect as well, because all of these cars were designed to do 24 hours, which means they're actually doing 36-hour endurance tests absolutely flat out with professional drivers clanging the curbs at Ricard or getting shaken to bits at Sebring, doing an hour or 45 minutes here and then re-prepping them, refreshing them, doing an hour or 45 minutes somewhere else, or maybe even an hour and a half. You're not really stressing out those components.
Sure. I mean, most of these cars, their engines and gearboxes, they're life to 30 hours. But what that really means, it doesn't sound a lot, but what it means in our world is that's 2 seasons, providing you don't, you know.
Really?
Yeah. And so, and that's 30 hours, as you say, with a professional driving flat out at Le Mans. And so in our format, it means that we can get 2 seasons and a lot of fun. And so it's not cheap, but it's actually
motorsport's cheap.
No, motorsport's cheap, but they're wonderful cars to drive. They're fast. They're safer than earlier cars.
True.
And yeah.
I'd like to ask, I mean, obviously you're doing a lot of Porsches, but I know that you're instrumental in what's going on and you keep an eye on what everything's going on. When I look at some of the older cars and you look at them and you know, aluminium chassis and all this, and you can sort of look at them and you can see if there's damage. How do you work with carbon parts? Do you have to X-ray them and things like that to life them out?
Well, I mean, in our world, in the Porsche world, the carbon parts are only really the panels.
Okay, so they're not structural.
So they're not structural. In terms of preparing them, other than building the engines and the gearboxes to 0 hours, we crack test or X-ray the suspension and the steering columns and the pedals. New fuel cells and safety systems. It's all pretty routine stuff. The structural carbon stuff is more to do with the prototypes.
Yeah. And have you thought about getting into that, into the prototype?
Well, I mean, it's got to have a Porsche badge on for me, and
so you'd have to go. Where would you go for that? I mean,
RS Spider.
RS Spiders.
Yeah. But you know, when you look at the owners of that, it's like the 250 GTOs. It's
a small. Peter Mackay, who works with us, has just finished the I think what can be called the definitive history of the the Porsche RS Spider. And
it's an amazing car.
oh,
I mean,
I saw it in the States, of course, when Penske was running it, and then
DHL cars.
yeah, absolutely, and then obviously at Le Mans in works and semi-works, and then Van Merkstein.
Van
Actually,
Merkstein.
I saw Peter Van Merkstein actually completely destroy a Rally 2 car, Rally 3 car in Portugal the other day, and it was running in the purple colours, and I was, oh, ringing that. And then when I saw Van Merkstein, I had to ring Peter up and say, is that the same guy? Yeah, it's the same guy. Where we're going to be in another 5 years then, if we're expanding so quickly. So every time I come to do a race for Peter Auto, and we've been involved with Classic Le Mans for a very, very long time. I was here last year doing the PA. Part of that's led to this, and being here at every. We were at Barcelona. We're going to do every one of the big races this year, including Classic Le Mans again. How much further can we go with this? And are we just going to keep advancing through the years, or will there be a point when you get to cars that you simply can't run without factory intervention?
I think the advancement will continue, but we have to accept as well and celebrate the fact that a company like Peter Auto and some of the other preparers, that we want to preserve these old classic cars, and there's always going to be a place for them. But we have to also welcome the younger generation coming into it. I think there's room for more satellite races potentially, maybe alongside SRO or WEC or something.
It's something IMSA's been trying with, obviously they took over HSR, and they have major events at circuits the week before the IMSA event. And I kind of see the logic behind that.
Well, the wonderful thing is, if you take these ERL cars and you put them next to current WEC cars, a lot of the current drivers, they started their careers in them.
Yeah, they all got misty-eyed as well.
They do. They do. And we've found that, since we've been sort of digging them out of warehouses and garages and original teams, all the original people that were involved in them, they're really happy to speak to us and help us.
Yeah.
And that's fun.
And I presume some of them, if, they had quote-unquote retired, I'm not sure you ever retire from motorsport, you always keep getting dragged in somewhere. Couple of days work on a weekend on a car that they used to work on, then oh yeah, I'll come back and do that. Everyone's really happy to share the knowledge. This is it's a passion project at every level. Are you still doing some driving?
Yeah, I am. I drove in the ERL 2 race this afternoon in a 997 GT3R.
Lovely car.
It's a beautiful car, and it's fabulous.
So a GT3R.
So whilst the ERL is GT2 cars, I've been racing one of the old IMSA Performance Matmut cars for the last 2 seasons. Yeah. That engine's up on ours, and haven't quite got round to rebuilding it yet. So
well, they're too busy doing other things.
But the wonderful thing is, they said, well, why don't you run in the invitation class with a GT3R?
Right.
And so, no points or podiums, but I'm here to spend time with friends and customers and just be part of the fun.
I know everything in Porsche is always GT3, but that is a GT3 Formula car then in that case, is a GT3R.
Yeah, a GT3R is a GT3 Formula car. So the main difference between that and the RSR, it shares the same engine and gearbox, but it has ABS, and it has just slightly later Megaline paddle shift system as opposed to the sequential stick. Yeah. And a bit more aero, of course.
Yes.
So all of that today was very helpful in these conditions.
And you've gone, I'm so glad that engine was at 1 hour.
Yeah, thank you for that.
What else have you driven then in the recent past that you've enjoyed with a Porsche badge on it?
Well, as I said, I've driven the 997 RSR for the last 2 seasons. Before that, I was driving a 996 GT3R, which is from 2000. Yeah. A completely different. I mean, they're all different wines. They've all got their own flavour, and the 996 is a much more analog car. It's got an H-pattern shift. It bobs around more like a 911. It's more of a cup car probably than a motorsport created car. Yeah,
and when you look at the cup cars nowadays, the 992 cup cars are putting times in that are not a million miles away from the current GT.
Well, exactly. I mean,
they're incredible.
If you look at, they call these cars that we're looking at in ERL as historic, and but if you compare them to the current cars, they certainly look historic. Yeah. I mean, the technology is vastly different.
And now the current proper GT3 cars, and again, if we just stick with Porsche, your area of expertise, I look at the steering wheel in the current GT3 car. Yeah. That looks like the 919 steering wheel.
It really does, yeah. We've just taken delivery of a GT3R Rennsport, you know, one of the limited edition 77 cars.
Yeah.
Which is effectively a current GT3 car with, but Evo, unrestricted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to move it the other day, and you know, you just got to work.
You hadn't read the 47-page handbook.
Nobody does.
The steering wheel
Nobody
alone.
does.
The steering wheel alone. It's incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Why has Porsche down through the years, in your mind, this is Lee Maxick page we talked to, by the way, in the Global Broadcast Centre here, as we're waiting for the cars to come out. Another great field for endurance racing legends. It's their second race today for the LMPs and the GT1s. Why has Porsche endured, in the whole of the company's history, why has it endured so much in the minds of racing fans? And why do people like you have a business? Because people like me and many other people would, if we had the wherewithal, want to come and drive and race them.
I think their philosophy has always been about endurance racing, and they just make these wonderful, reliable cars and wonderful, reliable, drivable road cars as well. Their road cars are all about homologating the next racing car. So for the road driver, he feels part of that family as well. And
I said to somebody the other day when they asked me about this and said, "You've become a bit of a Porsche guy, haven't you?" I went, "Yeah, I suppose I have, really."
You've got one, haven't you? You have a 911 man as well. Okay.
I've got a 993 Carrera 2 wide body.
Yep.
97. So the last of those.
Lovely.
I've got my first ever brand new car bought 3 years ago, and I've still got, which is a manual GTS 992.1. I suppose you've got to say it now.
Yeah.
And I've got something completely different, but not, because it's still a Porsche, which is 968 Sport. 1 year build in 85 for British market only, 306 built. And Eve, my wife, has got a 981 Boxster, which was meant to be the last of the 6 cylinders until they reneged and went back to it. But that's the last before this.
And that's a lovely car as well.
Another manual.
I drove.
That Boxster's got a great chassis.
I drove the 981 Boxster GTS the other day for the first time with Jaco, the musician.
Oh yeah.
He said, "You got to drive this thing," and so I drove it. And what an engine! A 4-litre, I think it's a detuned GT engine, isn't it?
In that one, it's actually the 2.9 bored out to 4, but with no turbos on it.
And about 400 haze?
Yeah, 440 or something like that.
Beautiful car to drive.
Tremendous. I mean,
it's a great product.
I was saying to somebody the other day when they asked me about that, I said, no, I still think of Porsche, as I look back at the history of Porsche, and even today, I still look at Porsche as an engineering company who happen to build cars. And I've driven quite a lot of their electric product recently. When I was out in the Middle East at the start of the year, I drove both new Macan and which I had for a week, and the new Taycan Turbo S, and incredible piece of cars. But every Porsche I sit in, and I get a bit frustrated sometimes with some people who generally aren't Porsche enthusiasts, but like to spout off about Porsches. Every new Porsche that comes out is the death of Porsche. You know, when 993 went to 996, that's it. That's the end of 911. We're going down the tubes. We can't possibly have a water-cooled car. Oh, we've built an SUV now. That's terrible. You know, that's Porsche. Now we've gone electric, and now we've got 2 electric cars. Oh,
and next is going to be a GT car with a turbo. Heaven forbid.
Yeah,
and it'll be great. We know that.
And the new 911 is partially hybridized, and that's the.
Yeah.
But every time I sit in a Porsche, they're very clever. If I sit in my 993, which I did the other day, did 150 miles in it or whatever, and then I get back into my new GTS, or newer GTS, the view that I have is eerily similar.
Yeah.
From what I'm seeing ahead of me.
It's a similar DNA, isn't it? Always.
Or you're sitting in a Porsche.
Yeah.
Whether it's an SUV or a crossover or my 968, you know you're sitting in a Porsche.
Or if And because it's relatively recent history, you can talk to all the other owners as well, and there's no gaps in the history. And it,
Very good point.
yeah.
Well, I was pondering. I sort of started to ask you the question. We went off on a tangent. Me going off on a tangent is not headlines. I know. But when was the tipping point then? Because there's a lot of cars of this kind of era, or a little bit earlier perhaps than the ERL cars that we're looking at now. But these cars effectively are 20 years old.
Yeah.
And 15 or 20 years ago, 20-year-old racing cars were just sitting gathering dust and were worth nothing.
Well, they were indeed, and that's the point. If there isn't a series for a car to run in,
yeah,
it's not worth very much. But as soon as a series comes and there's a train set to play with your trains on,
so it's a set of tracks to put your
absolutely,
trains on.
then away it goes, and that's what's happened here.
Will we inevitably, and it's already started to happen, but possibly for Peter Auto, for Le Mans Classic, will we inevitably have to go to an early GT3 Formula grid somewhere?
I think well, we're already seeing a GT3 Formula grid with Motor Racing Legends in the UK, and I'm sure Peter Auto will start to make room for it as well. It's just the natural evolution of things.
Yeah. What's it like working with Patrick and the rest of his team?
We've been working with them for over 20 years.
Yeah. It must be one of their longest-standing customers.
One of the longest-standing ones, but it's a great platform to introduce our clients to this wonderful sport, and it's 60% about the racing, but also 40% about the great places to go and their good lunches and the camaraderie amongst competitors and owners of these cars.
They must take Max DePage talking to us here in the booth. We've got the safety car running. The clock has started because we are starting behind the safety car again. If you're wondering why we haven't had a formation lap, this effectively becomes the formation lap. It's to help keep us on time, very sensible. Things are done in a very logical way here at Peter Auto and Bruce Jones with me, John Hindhaugh as well in the booth. This was a cracking race earlier on. Poor Emmanuel Collard pitted at slightly the wrong time.
As he did in another race.
Yes, that's twice.
You just sort of feel that maybe third time lucky. It's not something you say with Manu very often. He normally, if there's a chance to win, he will do so over the past mere 3.5 decades at sort of whatever level he's racing at. But there's a lovely little story here. We've got the same grid as we had for the first of these Endurance Racing Legends LMP and GT1 races. So it's Emmanuel and alongside Francois Perrodo, who of course he has trained, he's raced with over the years, and Francois just gets better and better. So Manu in a car he won 2 titles with in Le Mans Series, the Pescarello C60, and Francois in an Audi, a special Audi R8 LMP. Do you want to explain why, John?
It's a car that has no race history in period, although it's an absolutely tip-top, all original Audi Sport R8 LMP from 2002. It never raced. It was built up by Brad Kettler, who is legendary in Audi circles and won Le Mans several times with them. Built up from spare bits, so it was a spare tub and a spare engine and a spare gearbox. And talking with Lee Max DePage there about longevity, some of these Audi R8 engines, the V8s, V8 turbos, have been clocked at over 30,000 racing kilometres without a rebuild.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, their success at Le Mans was no accident, was it? They knew what they were doing,
and they took their time. They attacked it in the right way. The reason I know that particular stat is that I was very fortunate many years ago to go to when Audi Sport was still at the main Audi factory. They were an offshoot of the Audi factory before they moved up to their new place. And I was with Ulrich Beretsky, and in the corner of the workshop there was an Audi A6 Avant estate car, and he was telling me about this project that they were building, that they were going to, and it just so happened that the Audi R8 engine is exactly the same exterior dimensions as the Audi 4.2 V8 road car engine. It's not the same engine, but it is the same dimensions. So I jokingly said, as we start the first lap, or complete the first lap, should I say, oh, so you could put that TFSI engine in the road car? And he said, yeah, that's what that's for. And if they had 2 little flaps on the side so that you put the preheaters in. And I said, yeah, but you would never do that because, you know, you'd have to take the engine out and rebuild it every however many kilometres. And that's when he told me that they had engines that had done over 30,000 racing kilometres. And I think the plan was to go and do a lap of the Nordschleife with it, which never happened, which is really disappointing. I really wish it had happened. But, you know, he gave us, that was racing technology that gave us TFSI, which we've all benefited from down through the years.
And another thing you forget, it's not just the technology. We watched for years how Just Racing, the way they went about performing changes they needed to make through the course of the race with the pre-bagged sets of tools for each specific task.
Oh, yeah.
It was just the clarity of thought, and you sometimes forget how much that seeps down to other teams. But it just meant the level of planning was extraordinary.
They were the gold standard, weren't they? They were the gold standard, the way they could change components so quickly at Le Mans. And
that was the Audi way as well, though, wasn't it? And they'd learned from Porsche in the era before that with all the Porsche customer cars. And, you know, Jost had been involved as well, of course, with Porsche. And it led to a rule change. Those quick change back ends were outlawed. You had to finish the race with the same gearbox casing that you started with, rather than, and that was planned maintenance at Le Mans for the R8.
Absolutely.
Right, we'll bring that in at hour number blah, and it was something ridiculous, Bruce, wasn't it? Like 6 minutes from pit in to pit out, or something like that, or even less than that.
Well, woe betide you if you were the pit reporter, or it would have been at the time if you weren't quite at the right end of the pit lane, because if the car had been stationary for 30 seconds, they could have already changed something before you got there puffing and panting to look in. But it was, to see panic in the Audi garage, it didn't happen. No. Even if they had something fairly serious to change, they already had the protocol in place.
And so they weren't allowed then to do the full rear end change. So what they did instead is develop the cassette system so that the gearbox casing stayed the same and they could pull out the interior and just slide another one
Absolutely.
in.
It was masterstroke.
That kind of, you know, people often ask me about motorsport and go, what a waste of time, effort and energy and resource.
No fun whatsoever.
But not at all. Not at all. Because without it, we wouldn't have half the things we've got on the cars now.
Yeah.
No. Right.
It's pretty filthy out there at the moment, Lee.
It's pretty filthy out there.
Are you pleased you're sitting in here? Would you rather be out there in a GT1 Porsche?
No, I think I'm happy here, to be honest with you. These prototypes have real difficulty trying to get any temperature into the tyres early on. So running behind a safety car, certainly in these conditions, makes a lot of sense. Indeed, even in the GT2 race earlier, we ran the first 2 laps behind the safety car.
And we've got a red flag, actually.
Okay.
I think
just flashing red. I was wondering if someone had played a masterstroke, because Philippe Collinson brought that ex-Conrad Lola B9810 into the pits, but was absolutely chasing down the pack. I don't know what he did, but he fell out of the top 10. Manu Collard, well, he's had all the bad luck against him, and now he hasn't had to race whatsoever. He just ran around behind the safety car, and he's put a win in the bag ahead of his friend and colleague, Francois Paredo. So Pescarolo from Audi. We've extolled the virtues of Audi, but it's a Pescarolo victory here. Gregor Fiskin ran around in 3rd place in his Dallara, and he's been up on the podium a couple of times already. But that red flag, it was a sensible thing, because before these came out, about 10 minutes before, the rain really started to pick up. Bear in mind, it's fully dark. And
the problem with these cars, particularly at the front of the field, Lee, and I know prototypes aren't your company's area of expertise, but I also know what a petrolhead you are for this era of cars. They run so low to the ground that any standing water, you're in real trouble with them.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's just no fun. And you've got to remember, you know, with the exception of, you know, Collard and Paredo, most of these guys here are, you know, historic racers. They're amateurs, and it's just not worth it. It's very difficult to drive around here at night with these lights as well, you know, at the speeds that they're doing, trying to spot apexes, and in these conditions, it's just not worth taking the risk.
On this entry list, there is only the Porsche 996, the bi-turbo car, the GT2R.
Yeah.
Is that the only car that with a Porsche badge that would be eligible for
this? No, a 911 GT1 would be eligible for this, or indeed an RS Spider, which we were talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah, good point, yeah.
Francois Paredo has run his RS Spider sometimes here, and indeed he has one of the Works GT1s, which he...
Oh, has he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's got 004, I think, or 5, which he ran at Le Mans Classic in the RL race, which was wonderful to see.
Yeah.
And for us mere mortals to be able to be out on track with a McLaren F1 and a 911 GT1 and all these cars, it's pretty damn special. It's the best place to watch the race from.
Manu Collard was on the track in a test session with me, and I was in a little Chevron B8. He was in the RS Spider, went past me one side, and Francois Perraudin went past me in one of his 908s on the other.
Yeah.
That was an eye-opening experience for me.
But they're very nice people to share the track with.
Yeah.
You know, they're pros, but you know they're respectful of who they're racing with, and it's a joy to watch them go past. To be honest with you, go to school on their line for a couple of corners.
How many 911 GT1s and GT1 Evos were there in race trim?
Well, there were 7 customer cars,
Yeah.
of which 5 remain, and then there were around about 6 works cars. We've just sold one of the customer Evos, actually. It started off as the Marlboro car run by J&B Racing,
Yes.
who are running Collard and Perraudin today.
Yeah.
And then that became the PlayStation car.
Right.
So
yes.
we've sold it several times, and depending on the age of the owner, whether he's a gamer or a ex-Marlboro smoker, delivery tends to get changed.
I know Champion have still got one of their Evos. I'm fairly certain that they've still got one of their Evos.
I don't believe Champion run a 911 GT1. They ran.
Yeah, they did in the American series.
No, they were built by Kevin Jeanette.
Ah.
So they weren't factory cars.
Really? Now that I didn't know.
Yes, they weren't factory cars. I'm sure they were just as good, but yeah, but Jeanette built a few for IMSA, yeah.
And so how did that work? Was that a kit of parts then, or?
I just don't know. I don't know, because the chassis for the GT1s were made by a company called Hegemann.
Yeah.
And then they were assembled afterwards at Porsche. I don't know how Kevin Jeanette used to build those cars. Yeah.
Obviously, I was over there at that point with working with the American Le Mans series, and Dave Mirage Mitra, who's taken over the business since Dave's untimely death a few years ago.
Yeah.
And they started with a standard one, and then it became the Evo, and they had the various headlight treatments on them that changed out.
They're all a 993 chassis. Well, front end, it's a 993 chassis to the dashboard, and then it's tubular behind.
Yeah.
But then in '97, when Porsche had launched the 996,
Yeah.
marketing thought we better just change those headlights, because we're not going to sell any 996s with our star car having a 993 headlight.
So they went to the fried egg style headlamps on.
Absolutely. And there was
quite a bit of marketing money behind that, which was great for the racing program.
Yeah.
So everybody who was on the racing program got a bit of an advantage there, because it meant that they could develop the car a little bit more, I think.
Yeah. No, they were amazing cars. I mean, they struggled for the first 2 years to win Le Mans, and it was won by the Yost WSC.
Yeah.
And then finally Porsche, made a carbon chassis version of it and nailed it in '98.
Which it actually shouldn't have won, but the prototypes that year all had problems.
They did.
So that wasn't the top. Effectively, that wasn't really a top class car.
We look.
Was Collard not in one of those? 98.
Collard actually used to race the Marlboro J&B 911 GT1. Yeah, his name's still on it today.
Oh, cool.
We look after the WSC, the double Le Mans winner, actually,
Oh,
the
right.
96, 97 car.
Wow.
So, yeah, that is a carbon tub car that we look after.
Right.
These are wonderful cars, and I'd never really considered them historic, but...
we were saying this earlier. It's
Rubicon, don't we?
Yes.
I keep thinking, hang on a minute, I was only talking about these 3 or 4 years. Oh, no, hang on, it's 25 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
And where does... Time's a bit elastic sometimes, isn't it?
It is somewhat. Yeah.
Dare I ask you this, Lee? Lee Maxted Page, by the way, we're under red flag conditions here with 27 minutes or thereabouts still left.
Not restart.
Ah, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. The cars are going back to Parc Fermé conditions. Am I allowed to ask you if you have a favourite car that you've worked with or sold, resold, or even driven down through the years, or is it a bit like trying to ask you to pick your favourite child?
It's like trying to pick your favourite wine, isn't it?
What day is it?
Goodness, you didn't.
I mean, I am in love with the WSC, the Yost. I mean, it's a Ross Brawn design chassis, then
Great story,
modified
that
by
car as well.
isn't it? And it's a little known story, but it's magnificent. But
That's the one that started off as a XJ.
XJR, yeah, 16.
Yes.
The Ross Brawn design car.
Yeah.
And then Porsche then partnered with TWR in America because the Group C was defunct and said, look, we want to have a crack at IMSA. Could we work with you? And so they effectively put a type of 962 motor in the back of it, and they converted it to Open Spider. And it was just at the 11th hour that IMSA suddenly ruled against turbo-powered cars because they were worried that they'd run away with the show. So Porsche withdrew. And apparently it was a Christmas party somewhere in Stuttgart, and Reinhold Jost said to Porsche, he said, look, I know you guys have got this 911 GT1 ready for Le Mans, but just in case you don't win it, why don't you let us run the WSC? And the rest is history because, he went and won it.
Yeah. Which he did a lot of.
He did. When we went to buy the car directly from Jost on behalf of our client.
Really? How cool.
Every corridor in that place at Jost has got
trophies.
Le Mans trophies.
Yeah.
It's pretty special.
Ralph Huttner was a character as well, who was his right-hand man for a long time, and we still see him around the places he helped. He can't pull himself away. A German with a particularly English sense of humour. His like of British comedy, actually, it really marks him out. He's a tremendous character. I was fortunate enough to talk a number of times to Reinhold himself. He didn't like being interviewed, but he knew it was particularly in the States, he knew it was part of the job. And I remember once seeing, after another championship and another Petit Le Mans victory, and doing the interview with him, and he said, well, I'd rather be lucky than good. And I said to him, yeah, but hang on, you're both. And isn't the old adage, the harder you prepare and practice, the luckier you get?
Yeah.
Because they left no stone unturned.
No, it was a very impressive visit to their place, and you can see why they won Le Mans. The place was like NASA. It was just beautifully orderly, and even the spares kit that came with the car that we purchased from them, everything was labelled, crack tested, ready to go. Yes. It wasn't like your normal, they're the spares boxes that go with this car.
There's some stuff.
Exactly. It wasn't like that.
Sorry, Bruce, say again?
I was going to say, see what you can find in the corner. Orderly, but there are some bits we've moved on from, but no.
So you've retailed that car, but you haven't run that car.
Yeah, well, we haven't run it in competition, but we ran it at the 100-year anniversary at Le Mans, and we put Stefan Johansson in it there, which was lovely to reunite him. We took it to Speed Week at Goodwood, and Tom Christensen drove it there, and at Festival of Speed.
Very special car for him, of course.
Yes,
his first Le Mans win.
So it's important for people to be able to see these cars still, but it is,
There'll be another Rennsport coming up soon. I've done the last two. They're a movable feast.
They are, yeah.
I suspect another year or two, and we'll be going somewhere again, whether it's Laguna Seca or somewhere else.
Rennsport's possible as well.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Very good. And what about driving? Which one of the cars that you've been involved with and driven and raced, which one have you enjoyed most?
Well, I'm currently enjoying these GT2 cars and GT3 cars more. For me, more than the earlier cars. I particularly like the driving with slicks and a bit of aero, and I think they really suit gentleman drivers. As I said, they are actually easy to approach and drive. Getting the last 10%, that's a different gravy, but they're fast, they're much safer than earlier cars, and I can see the appeal, and that's why they're growing so quickly.
So Barcelona here, then we're off to Dijon.
No, these cars won't run at Dijon.
Okay.
I think
the next time we'll see these guys is at
Imola.
Imola.
Imola. Sorry, no, Le Mans. Then Imola. then Paul Ricard.
Yeah, I'm at Imola, definitely. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm at Le Mans Classic.
Paul Ricard's a good one to go to.
Yeah.
That's by the seaside.
Yeah, I always have liked going to. It's a long drive, but I enjoy that. I quite like to drive rather than fly for a change. But I quite enjoy. What excitement have you got for us coming to Le Mans Classic then?
We're running the 993 Fat Turbo Express car for Mark Sumter of Paragon.
Absolute favourite cars and liveries.
It's a great car, and of course that livery's become so famous now. And
it's been brought back a couple of times.
It's on the 963 with Proton, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And this is one of the very original cars. 5 times Le Mans, this car, and it was racing this afternoon here. We really enjoy running Mark in that, and what else are we running there? We're running a 904 GTS.
Oh, nice.
Yep, the ex-Dicky Stoop car, which is a Irish green car.
We were talking about the 904s and in fact all of the mid-engine Porsche. People forget about those cars as Porsches because they think 911s or prototypes, and they don't think about the mid-engine and how far back mid-engines go with Porsche before we even got to the 914s and the 146, and then subsequently the Boxsters and the Caymans.
Yeah.
But they were well ahead of the game there.
Well, Porsche's first Le Mans win was with the 917 in 1970.
Yep, exactly.
And yeah, they were the Piecre years, weren't they? You know, he had this doctrine of low drag, lightweight, and it was a very special era. And we're privileged to look after a number of those cars now. In fact, we're rebuilding the engine on chassis 23, the 1970 winner at the moment, and it's never been apart since back in the 70s.
No way.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. We've been looking after the car since 2011.
Just picking. Sorry, dear listener and viewer, but actually, if you had a camera in here, my mouth was literally wide open at that point. It's never been apart since.
No, we've been running the car since 2011 for the owners, and we've never really known the life of the engine. And so whilst we haven't been running it in competition, it's been doing demos, and we thought, well, do you know what? Because of the value of this thing, we better just take it apart and have a look. And it's amazing. You know, it's like an archaeological dig, you know, when you're taking it apart and you're seeing all these etchings and numberings on the pistons and everything.
Yeah, but did you take it apart and go, oh my goodness, thank goodness we took this apart because it was about to go pop, or did you go,
well, no, do you know what?
That had hours on it left.
No, there were broken head studs, and there were
it was still running.
Still running. Worn valve guides and the the valves just starting to nip into the pistons. It was about to injure itself, but so we've caught it in time. And with these cars, it's all about preservation before anything else.
Yeah.
But you know, there's certain things with this that we will replace, but everything that we take out of it will be all cleaned up and kept with the car.
I was at a few years ago. I was at the Porsche Experience Centre in LA, which has attached to it the one of the first parts of Porsche Classic. There's now a huge Porsche Classic at Atlanta as well, and Jens Walter took me round the back and showed me the parts, and he said, "Come down here, you'll get a kick out of this. This is where I come, where I've had a bad day at my desk." And we went down into literally the furthest corner away from where you could walk into the parts area. And he said, just pick anything up off that shelf there. So I pick up, obviously, a strut, and it's wrapped in brown paper. And he says, look at and you look at it and you go, it's a 962 part number. So I says, that remanufactured? He says, no, that's stock.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
That's Porsche, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Porsche, and occasionally when we buy old parts, and it's wonderful, that there's still new old stock parts around, and you don't want to throw the box away. You know, it's lovely.
Well, even for road cars, the book of parts now that Porsche Classic turn out, the catalogues themselves have become collector's items.
That's right.
It's ridiculous. What have you not had then that you would like to have?
Well, that's a good question. I mean,
what's the unicorn for you then, Lee?
I think the only car that we haven't really been hands-on with now is the RS Spider.
Really?
Yeah, because we've restored the 936 Le Mans winner and the 917, and we've been through a lot of the the RSRs and so on. So it's a fun career, you know. It's a journey, and we've been very lucky to find our way to the most interesting cars over 25 years.
I went and had a nose around the 9345 that's here.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there was only 10 of those ever built, allegedly.
That's right, by the factory. We're restoring the ex Desperado racing car currently, and that will be out at Le Mans Classic. There you are. There's the third car we're running there. So
well, I'd never seen one. I mean, obviously, I know the guys at Brumos in the States, and have done for years, and I knew how instrumental they were, and Peter Gregg was in getting that car, and the story about how they built it for IMSA, then IMSA banned it, then they went to SCCA, won the championship, and then got thrown out of that championship. It's another extraordinary story.
It's effectively a 934, but with a 935 engine and rear tail.
Yeah,
as you say, built for the IMSA and Camel GT series. So yeah, I mean, it'll be a thunderous car. And yeah, Cliff O'Kearns raced this car a lot, and Desperado Racing, and we've had all the Desperado Racing livery repainted by hand all over it.
Really?
Yeah, it's going to be a great car at Le Mans. I mean, the flame outs on that car, it's a real crowd pleaser at night.
Yeah, yeah. So that one's, I'm just making mental notes of when I'm going to leave these two in the booth, and I can nip out and stand by. Lee, thank you very much indeed for coming to talk to us. I'm sorry we haven't had a whole lot of racing for you to talk about, but it's been lovely hearing the benefit of your experience down through the years, and we'll see you at Le Mans Classic then.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you for having me, and thank you for supporting these amazing events by Peter Auto.
It's not exactly a chore, is it?
It's better than a real job.
Whatever that might be.
When are you going to retire? And I said I did that about 30 odd years ago when I started talking about motorsport for a living. We'll be in the TV compound right next to the sort of assembly area. Come in and find us.
Yeah, we'll do. Gentlemen,
and
thank you very
thanks
much.
to the team, because I know you're here talking to us, but there's an army goes on behind you.
There is indeed. No, but thanks for having us.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Lee Max Page with us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. Thank you to him. I'm cognizant that we can't talk just about Porsches all the time, although I probably could. Yes. Thank you, Lee. So an early bath for the cars in the previous running of that ERL LMP1 and GT cars. We now come to the final race of the evening, which is a 1 hour contest for Heritage Touring Cup. Now, what I can't tell you is whether we'll go early on this. I can see that there are some cars beginning to come around. This is another tremendous field. We've not seen these cars yet, and this is their one and only race of the weekend, Andrew. 34 cars. I was here commentating on this last year. There is actually slightly more variety than there was last year, because I think it was BMWs, Ford Capris, and a single, I think there was a Mustang last year, but there was a single Alfa last year. Well, the Alfa has been joined by its friend, so there's two Alfas this year, and there is a Chevy Camaro, a Z28 Camaro as well. But everything else has either the BMW blue and white or the Ford Oval on it. In fairness, though, at the era that we're talking about here, early to mid-70s, that was the touring car grid. That was the cars that were out there, Bruce.
Absolutely was. And at that stage, Ford and BMW were going at it big guns.
And spending lots of money.
It really were. But, I mean, Ford's motorsport director, Stuart Turner, said about BMW, he said to be challenging £6,000 cars, which was a lot back then, with our Capris is good publicity, win or lose. You know, he said, we're out there, but by the end of the following season, they both parked their works projects at the end of 74, and then the cars were left in the hands of privateers. And, you know, it was still just as good a show, but maybe the drivers weren't at the same level. But, you know, the cars, the CSL BMWs, the 3 litre, when I say 3 litre, that was on the bonnet, on the boot lid, but they went up to 3.5 litres in terms of engine capacity against the old Ford Cologne Capris, whether the 3.1 or the 2.6 litre cars that followed. And then in their wake, you'd have the RS 1600 Escorts and so on and so forth. They were great days, but the thing was, they made so many of these cars and sold them because, of course, they want to sell cars to for people to race. It did mean the grid was packed here for years.
I've already got a favourite in this class, which is the 635 CSI, and we've got a couple of them. Actually,
they're running in the Group A class with the later cars from the 1980s.
Jan Meal, who was here with the number 150 last year, is back, and I've got Anthony Shower and Tom Cloer in the 112 car. And did we not add Vincent Voss into one of these as well?
Yeah,
and Kurt Team.
Yeah.
So we've got two categories of touring cars within Peter Auto. We've got this Heritage Touring Cup, which is coming up now, and as it says in the programme, and I can't put it better, it shows us the glorious times from 1966 to 1984 of the very popular then European Touring Car Championship. As you said, Escorts and Capris and the BMWs, but also some Alfa Romeos. And these cars, similar in appearance to the ones which littered the streets, it says in the programme,
that's right.
became, when prepared, wonderful race cars, showcasing for manufacturers and fighting for first place. So it says the Heritage Touring Cup as an era and a style promising some great track action. Well, in Barcelona, Christian Glazer won from the Hearts. I mean, obviously just seen the Hearts doing well again. And Glazer's right up there again in pole position for this. And of course, tomorrow, because we haven't seen these cars at all today, we've got the earlier Classic Touring Car Challenge, and that's for pre-66 cars. And then we've got minis in that. We've got Lotus Cortinas, we've got an old Corvette, we've got Mustangs, and I think that will be quick, and Alphas. So here we are, just looking at the
Shimano's car, the 3-litre CSL.
But in this also, we've got Kurt Team, former DTM champion, and he's driving I think, freshly prepared Schnitzer BMW. Team drove in the DTM for 10 years or so. He won in his inaugural year. He never actually managed to win again. And I think, if I remember rightly, did he win in an Alpha or no? He won in a Rover. A Rover. And then he was signed by Mercedes-Benz, and he was one of the leading Mercedes-Benz drivers for years. And of course, he is the father of Nicky Team, well-known Le Mans racer, Aston Martin, and so on. So Kurt's car looked really smart and fresh.
But the BMW original parts livery with the sort of the graph paper sides on it.
But it did come in on the back of a flatbed, so after, we don't think even a single qualifying lap was completed. So that will be starting at the back of the field. But good to have it out there. You know, for Vincent Voss, doesn't have to come too far for a weekend off from running racing. Team WRT.
Well, he lives even closer to the track than the shop is now.
You talked about it's great having a Chevrolet Camaro in the pack. This is one that is all but brand new. But what's so fantastic about it, the names of the drivers in periods, Ivo Gruels and Peter Hoffman, they're with those little sort of italic gold and black lettering you get in Halfords to put on your garden gate.
Yeah, exactly. And we met the owner, didn't we? A very enthusiastic Swedish gentleman yesterday. And yes, he was great fun.
He's driving it, is he?
He's driving it, yes.
And it's cleaner than, you know, under the bonnet. It is brand spanking new. What did he say? He'd driven it for literally 10 laps or 10 minutes.
I'll tell you what, he's got a massive advantage already if it's on the track the way it's pictured in the programme, because he's got 4 massive driving lights on the front. Yeah. He was about to take on a midnight road rally.
Just saw the Escort there. It was raced in period by Dave Matthews, son of James Matthews, that went on to broker the latest Williams deal, didn't he? Was definitely part of that and was a successful Formula 3 racer. I thought he was going all the way to the top, James Matthews, actually. And I think he married into the royal family in a way, didn't he?
Well, no, that would be James's brother. James did. He's married to Pippa, sister of
Future Queen.
Indeed so. I was just trying to think of the correct terminology.
Catherine, yes.
But, it's great to see the cars. And I just love seeing the liveries. And there it is. It's got Broadspeed mention thereupon, and a whole host of RS 1600s as well. You think of RS 1600s largely these days, you think of historic rallying because it's just so desirable, but an ex-Andy Rouse car there as well. So, you know, it's great to see some of the famous names, but a lot of these cars would have been in the hands of people that weren't taking the wheel.
This was an absolute hero of mine. And in the first touring cars I ever did at Brands in an RS31 Capri, he was in a Camaro and drove round the outside of me at Paddock Hill Bend, and it was just like, yes, respect.
Randy Mouse.
Absolutely brilliant.
But a brilliant engineer, you see, as
Yes,
well.
he was.
And that's the thing about Andy.
Clock has started. We're starting behind the safety car.
Yep.
So we have started slightly earlier than as per the programme. One of the other cars I want to point out is the number 23. This is the red and white Belga liveried car with 2 Belgian drivers, Jeremy Langsveert and Christophe van Vliet. And this is the square Mustang 5.0 GT from 1985. Some would say not ever the best looking Mustang, but that's a real oddity, that car. But it's great to see it here. It was, I think it debuted here last year, and it had just been finished, and it was literally built just up the road in a garage.
In the mid-'80s, you came here, and you had 2 red and white liveries, which were famous in Belgium. Belga, which is on their Mustang, and Bastos.
Yes.
Different brands, different names, but they supported top-level racing in the Spa 24 Hours for years.
Massively.
Driven by the 2, the Martin brothers, so, good pedigree for that car in period.
And I think that is a period car. It's not a rebuilt car. I think that's a period car.
I think you're right, John. Yeah,
I spoke to them last year when I was here. And just a lovely... I mean, lots of BMWs as well, but there's a little 2002 Ti there for Catherine Behrens, the number 44. Not that you'll be able to see it, but it's yellow and blue. We do get a look at it under the lights. That's just something a little bit better. We are littered with CSLs, the Batmobile type rear wing on that car, and wide-bodied Cologne Capris and RS31s, etc., etc. I mean, just more than you can shake a Conrod at.
We
the
got
little Alphas are lovely as well. There's the dark red GT-AM. That moniker was revised lately for the Giulia GT-AM, which was their sort of touring car for the street. Alberto Francesiti driving that Swiss flag car. That's the number 27. And the other Alpha is the little Giulia Sprint GTA, another lovely, beautiful proportioned car, even with the wide arches that would have been allowed in time. That's Daniel Hager, another Swiss flag driver, and that's a 1969 car. Lovely car to see out there running. And then take your pick of the BMWs and the Fords, to be honest.
And we got quite a lot of families in this race.
Yes.
We got the 2 Shamamas, originally from Switzerland, but made their fortune in Cincinnati. And sold their business a few years ago on just racing.
Drivers here, actually.
Yeah.
3 Samamas, all brothers.
Yeah.
You've also got
And you got Olivier Hart. Is David in this race as well? He usually is. And we also got the Breitmeyer brothers. Emil Breitmeyer, actually second position at the moment.
We've got the Trebers out there as well, Christian and Nicholas Treber in the Group 2 CSI BMW 635. The 635, somewhat of an unlikely touring car, a 2-door car, although that was allowed. A lot of these cars would have been 2-door coupes, really.
Well, viz the Capri.
Well, indeed so.
Viz the CSL.
Yeah.
But for me, the cars that were at the front when I first came to the Spa 24 Hours, sometimes, those early ones really stand out, but it was 635 CSIs. I've always adored them.
Beautiful, aren't they? I know. There's the most fantastic picture that's appeared in lots of magazines, but it was taken by the LAT firm, John Dunbar, I think, of one really flying at the Nürburgring. It's been in the front of calendars. I think you will have been aware of that image. It's just well off the ground.
Well, as a child, I used to get the Ford Motorsport calendar each year because my father worked for Ford, and the shots they had of the Capri versus CSL battles, jumping around the Nordschleife, dark trees in the background.
I think it was 5 or 6 times you were off the ground.
Just brilliant.
Very interesting what you said about Stuart Turner, who's still with us actually, and how basically Ford going alongside BMW lifted the image of Ford. It put them on a level plane with a premium brand.
Yeah, and repeated, of course, in the British Touring Car Championship when Volvo came in.
Yes,
and Volvo coming second to an Audi or a BMW was a great story for Audi. If they for Volvo, if they beat them, it was even better.
Yeah.
It was awful for Audi and BMW. It was like, oh my goodness, what's going on here? And then, of course, they went to the estate car as well.
I mean, lots of companies transform their image through motorsport. Subaru in particular.
That's probably the best case of anybody transforming their image.
A Skoda.
Yes.
And now, I know, John, you picked me up on the pronunciation, a Hyundai. And,
well, it's changed a bit. It depends which market you're in.
Yes, yeah. And of course,
Hyundai back in the UK.
And of course, now they're heading towards the hyperclass, aren't they, with the Genesis?
And that's the
brand, which is the same brand.
That's very clever. Kia, Hyundai, Genesis, and Genesis is to those brands as Lexus is to Toyota, and Infiniti was to Nissan. And
Seat and Cupra.
Well, and interestingly, Cupra has been broken off as a separate brand, and I'm hearing that Seat actually might be ditched altogether.
Really?
Cupra have got their own specific models now, although they share platforms, obviously, with the rest of the Volkswagen AG group. But it was Seat was always meant to be the sporty sort of young version, and then Cupra was the more sporty version again. And Cupra is now a brand on its own. Our safety car is a Cupra. Out in front.
And you won't be getting to look at it much longer, because it's just had the message 5 seconds ago that it'll be in at the end of this lap. So they've still got a fair distance to the lap, but the lights are still flashing on the roofs, but then it'll be released. So we'll have Sebastian Glazer leading away from pole position. The race is already underway. The clock started with an hour on it. We've got 53 minutes remaining. It's dark. It's the last race of the first day.
It's wet. It's late. Let's go touring car race. What could possibly go wrong?
So just to reiterate, the first round in Barcelona, it was Sebastian Glazer who's leading this race, who won it from the Hearts, who shared their car. And the Hearts obviously just
David and Olivier are down to share the 18 car.
Yes,
which is down the field actually.
So it's BMW CSL.
Let's see what happens.
So safety car is in. The Cupra has pulled into the pit lane, and the unmistakable 174.
And we're talking families of very little British participation in this category, but we do have Ross and Nick Hyatt in this, and Nick's brother Chris is also racing this weekend, but not in this category. And they're in a CSL, a bright yellow one, I think. You might not see it in the dark, but they are down in 22nd place at the moment, Nick Hyatt.
Sebastian Glazer is in the 174, which is the classic gold-coloured car.
Yeah, the Warsteiner livery on a Schnitzer run. CSL. Top 3 cars on the grid, CSLs. The next 3 cars on the grid, RS 3100, 3100 if you will, Cologne Capri. So it's sort of pretty much how it was in period. The weather's as bad as it could have been in period, but right now, having been released by the safety car, let's see what they can do. Already one of the CL cells at the front end, losing a bit of ground up the Kemmel Straight, maybe a little bit more cautious than the rivals behind him. So we'll have to see who ends up first at the top of the hill. It looks though it's Sebastian Glazer, but that's a rich thing for me to say, because it's just a set of headlights coming through the car.
And how could you tell that, Mr. Jones?
Oh, years of experience, John.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Something that I've noticed from last year, we didn't. I'm pretty certain we didn't get to this race last year because the rain was so bad. We'd decided to head back to hotels by then. But I did see practice in qualifying for this category last year. I think there are more people with additional headlights or driving lights than we saw last year. And I think that's a very, very good idea. It is very, very dark out there. But they have to be period lights. So people are looking for the old CBA Super Oscars and Oscar Plus that would have been around at this sort of time. I had a pair on my Avenger and then my Sunbeam back in the day.
Yeah, I wonder why they call them Oscar. And did James Hunt name his dog after the lights?
I have no clue.
James Hunt's Alsatian was called Oscar. We got
a French company though, weren't they?
Yes, they were. CBA
and Marshall were two of the big lighting companies at the time.
Yeah. Right. So anyway, we've got the Capri breaking up these BMWs because Armand Meal, who is the son of the founder of Richard Mille Watches, watches made in Switzerland, but they are French, and he's having a little good run. He's got Maxime Guinard, who's a teammate. They're both those cars are run by Equipe Europe. Right behind him, just inches behind him.
Yeah,
they know each other, those two, and they race together sometimes. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, so what's happened is they've moved into second and third positions from fourth, fifth, sixth. But Sebastian Glazer, 6 seconds clear. You know, he was the one that I picked out coming through the dark up to.
Well done,
well done, me.
Yeah, but I can tell you facts like the people who are second and third last month won a 6-hour race at Paul Ricard in a VDV and a Chevron. Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
There we are. That's 4 people in the team.
Yeah.
Oh, Brittmeyer's come through the field as well then.
Yeah.
Emil Brittmeyer, where did
he's lost the position.
He's gone down. Yeah.
What happened? We saw a couple of the CSLs going relatively slowly out of Radillon. So just a little bit of caution. No caution in particular for Sebastian Glazer, leading the way, heavily braking.
Look at the lap time. That's a 3:10 for that car. Nice BMW M3 Evo just sitting by the side of the track. Or was it? It might have been a 3:35. Very nice.
I always like that Vorsteiner. Livery, obviously on Arrow's Formula One cars.
Yep.
I mean, it's a regional beer company. It's not a pan-German beer company, but very aggressive marketing and really promoted their brand so well in motor racing. On quite a lot of different cars, but particularly in Formula One.
That Arrows.
Oh yes, he did.
I'm struck by how many Swiss flags, Hop Swiss, as I'm contractually obliged to say for my late mother-in-law, there are in this, and as I think you mentioned, Andrew, not much in terms of British driving.
Not in this one, no.
But this was a European touring car sort of formula. We didn't have all of these cars in the UK, or did we, Bruce?
No, we didn't. They would only come for a round of the European Touring Car Championships. So you get the like of Derek Bell.
Plowing our own furrow.
Yeah, winning the Tourist Trophy at Silverstone, driving a BMW CSL, etc., etc. But we didn't have many of our own. They might jump in for the Tourist Trophy, but they wouldn't do the whole championship.
Yeah.
So looking across the champions in the European Touring Car Series of that period, Jochen Mass, the late Jochen Mass, the much missed Jochen Mass, he was champion in a Ford Capri in 72. Dieter Glemser, Works driver the year before, took it for Ford as well. But then 73, Toyn Hazemans, Works CSL, doesn't get the credit he deserved. He drove everything very, very quickly indeed. He came out ahead of Brian Muir, who was another Works driver. Again, a lot of these drivers, in that particular year, they didn't hang around too long in the Works team. They moved around. But then, you know, this was the big money time. But we were treated to a round of the championship in the UK, but most of the circuits were in the European continent.
And those Cologne Capris also ran at Le Mans, remember?
Yes.
And Jerry Birrell, in particular, great Jerry Birrell, who was probably heading to replace Jackie Stewart in the Tyrrell team. Nobody's quite sure, but we think that's what was going to happen before he died so sadly in Rouen. But Jerry Birrell was great in one of these cars.
Yeah, and of course, Jackie Stewart wasn't going to be dropped. He had planned to retire.
Yeah,
typical Jackie, it would have been after his 100th
race. He never did the 100th race.
99.
There's a horrendous. I was there that day. It was a horrendous day, and you know, Jody was right on the scene. You know, I can't describe how awful it was.
No,
yeah.
No need.
Yeah,
but it's a treat.
The Shamamas are running 4th and 5th now. Look.
I was going to say, you were talking about Swiss drivers, and 3 Shamamas in the race, but Yves and car number 88, driven by Philippe, right at the sharp end of the field, but nobody can hold a candle at the moment. The gap between first and second between Sebastian Glazer and Maxime Guénard.
Look at the brakes. Look at the brakes glowing cherry red there.
That's brilliant.
6 seconds. It stayed static at 6 seconds. But in fact, the fact is that Maxime Guénard is actually gaining slightly. He moved ahead of Armand Miel to be the lead Capri. His is the one with the Nigrin support. What do you know about Nigrin? It's an image of someone going chimney sweeping.
I've absolutely no idea.
Because we
got an escort right up there as well, of course, in 6th place, which is Eric Sesho.
Yeah, I think that was Michel Velter's BMW 2002 or 2002, the red and white car that was off, but it's gone through, or it's been driven through to replace the safety. So I think we're fine with that. I'm just trying to. I was looking at the livery there of Maxime Guénard's car. It's a sort of Porsche hippie style livery, if that makes sense. But it's a little bit earlier than that, 1975. But it's got a big Shell logo on the back. I'm not familiar with that at all.
John,
it's a liquid moly a livery, I think.
John, front runner Emil Breitmeyer in the pit. So I'm not sure what happened to him.
Pit window has not opened yet.
No. And also Nick Hyatt's in the pit as well.
Okay, that would actually explain something, because we saw a CSL going very slowly out of Radillon, picked him out on the first full racing lap once they'd been released, and that must have been Breitmeyer starting.
Not good for Team Bright, as they call themselves, because both the Breitmeyers are in the pit.
Oh, yeah.
A whole host of people have suddenly come in. Nick Hyatt's in his CSL, Christophe Van Riet in the Ford Mustang we were talking about with the Belga sponsorship. Maybe they've decided it's simply too wet, or maybe their screens have steamed up. Any number of factors in these difficult conditions.
3 Shimamas in the top 10 now. Michel has made all 3 of them now in the top 10 in variety of cars. He's the outlier, of course, in the BMW.
Olivier Hart's moving up as well. He's one to watch, I think, now.
He's down in 13th position. Bear that in mind.
Yeah.
Just done the fastest lap in TC2 category in the 3-litre CSL from 1975. That's a sub 3-minute lap in these conditions.
Is that Hart?
Yeah. Couldn't be anyone else. I mean, he drove brilliantly just a short while ago, and he's back in another car, entirely different environment, but in terms of driving, but the weather's the same.
And the CSI Group A car is now in 15th position. Vincent Voss back driving. Spoke to him early in the weekend, Thursday, and he was saying, I haven't really raced anything properly in 15 years.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm not sure about this. I said, yeah, but come on, you can't not do this. You've been asked. I said, yeah. He said, I'm quite looking forward to it, actually. So he's just at a 320.023. Group A were, it's not quite right to say they were showroom spec, but they were much closer to showroom spec. And the thing about that, when we talked about Group A cars, Bruce, if you talk about Group A cars in touring cars or Group A cars in rallying, they were to a very similar specification in terms of what you could do. So if you were a manufacturer and you wanted to make a big fuss about something, and you had a Group A victory with one of your cars in rallying, or a Group A in the circuit racing world, you could say how close they were to the production car.
No, entirely. And I mean, that you get periods where you have cars that are of that ilk. It's not quite production, but it's a little beyond. But that works too. The person in the street, particularly if they used to go and stand at the side of a circuit far, it's so much more visceral to be circuit side as the fans here, who've been sitting here through pretty foul weather today, and they've stayed right to the end. If it's a car that they could possibly afford, or even dream that in 10 years they might be able to afford a car from that manufacturer, it is still really, really important. But I think back then, a lot of people would have looked at 635 CSIs and wanted one. They'd have seen one, but they'd have known they were expensive, and known they were well beyond them. But you can have dreams in life.
I'm going to have a punt that Olivier Hart's going to get it on the podium.
Okay.
Just in the second sector, put my teeth back in, he was 5 seconds faster in that sector than the leader.
Gained 4 places just in the blink of an eye. He's in the CSL. He is making progress. Can he do it? What's left on the clock? We've still got 41 minutes.
Yeah, he can do it.
Stops to come as well, of course, and we've seen people make mistakes in the pit shots. Just to finish the thought about Group A, Mitsubishi, with the Lancer, won the World Rally Championship with Group A cars against World Rally cars, which was a completely different specification, and they made a massive PR blast about that.
Just talking rally cars, and let's go. Yeah, I was just going to say, there's a lot of nice Group B cars here. Just outside our commentary box is a nice Lancia Stratos on display. It's pretty special to me for something that happened 50 years ago. They've got.
Running somewhere. They've got some rally cars running on a short stage.
No, have they? I don't know. I didn't realise. I mean, there's so much going on, isn't there, at this event? And catching up with it all is pretty tricky.
Audi Quattro, Ford Arus 2000, all 3.7 Lancia.
Yeah, lovely.
I just have a slight need to interrupt. We might have a change for the lead of the race, because Maxime Guinard, having moved ahead of Armand Mille to become the lead Ford Capri, still in second place, but he was 6 seconds down, but it seemed to stabilise. But the last few laps have been very good for Guinard. He's 1.1 seconds off race leader Sebastian Glazer. He was, of course, the driver you pointed out. He took victory at Barcelona in the opening round, but the chase is on. Guenard in the Nigrin liveried Capri getting closer and closer. 174, the gold Warsteiner liveried BMW still leading, but it's under a second now as they go through Les Combes, and then they'll be working their way down the hill. A lot of spray in the face of them.
Yeah, those wipers. And he's going for it down the outside. Look, don't think it's going to stick. He's going to dive to the inside, does the undercut.
Into the sauce.
Perfect.
Well, you asked what Nigrin is. It's multi-purpose grease and cleaner. It's cleaning.
So the character carrying a ladder over his shoulder, wearing a top hat or whatever. I just thought, why would a chimney sweep?
1970. It goes all the way back to 1974. Apparently, you're right. That is their logo. Car care products.
So it was a new. Because that was sponsored
a lot of.
The following year, Maxime Guenard's car is a 75 car. So I remember the livery in period distinctly, but I just never thought, why is a chimney sweep?
The brand goes back to 1901.
More chimneys to sweep then.
Great traditional German brand. The brand was registered their trademark as a chimney sweep, which is still known today as the trademark. And the rapid spread of the car in the 1950s opened up a new business area thanks to their expertise in chemical cleaning and care products.
Way to go. Talking of ways to
great
go,
racing.
Olivier Hart has just got up to 6th place. He just passed Graham King's very good-looking Ford Escort RS 1600, and he's on the charge. He continues to. His next target will be the other Ford Escort at the front end of the race, which is the Secho liveried number car, a 47. Hart, by the way, is 1 minute and 8 seconds off race leader Maxime Guenard. And Guenard just took the lead starting this lap, going inside Sebastian Glazer's CSL BMW up into La Source, but he'd been hunting them down very quickly indeed.
So he's 6 seconds a lap quicker than the leader. So in 10 laps, he can make up a minute, can't he?
Oh, yeah.
He could win this race. In fact, I think he probably will.
Yeah, majority of drivers in this race actually quite usefully are running solo, so you're not going to have another driver getting into what the track conditions are. Well, it's dark.
Olivier,
it's cool.
He's not handing over his dad, is he?
Yeah, he is. He is who's handing over. Therein lies a bit of a difference. But for Maxime Guenard, of course, he's taken the lead of the race. He's going to have to just try and build his lead, knowing that Olivier is faster, but is still 1 minute and 7 seconds back, and will be handing over to his father, unless he's convinced David to take an early night and would.
And that can happen.
Possible.
The father may step back. You carry on. I've seen it happen regularly in similar series to this.
Worth pointing out that I think 7 cars decided not to start this race, maybe thinking the conditions were simply not worth risking their cars. So it included a pair of CSL 3-litre CSL BMWs. Pair of Escorts, 3 Escorts, BMW 2002 Ti, and one of the RS Capris, car number 3 on the entry list, Maurizio Bianco. So, sometimes you just have to make a decision. If you don't trust yourself in the dark and streaming rain, live to fight another day.
Hello to Chris Suku, who's been tuned in for most of the day. I suspect quite a few people have been less productive than they anticipated today. I'm sure you've stayed right till the very end here, Chris, with these touring cars. Hope you've had a good day. I know there's been plenty going on. More tomorrow from us here. We've got another 4-hour race at the Nürburgring for the N24 qualifiers as well. Thanks to the team at Mazzano for the 12-hour race today. Kyle Tilley dashing from Italy to here to take over a couple of the cars for tomorrow, the ERA cars for tomorrow.
Do we know how Kyle got on today?
I haven't looked.
No, I haven't. No.
He's
got a very competitive Ferrari there, but his brother was telling me there's a bit of BOP going against the Ferraris in Creventic at the moment. So, and of course, Jake Hill driving in that car.
Not today. He's at the Tourers. He's at VTCC at
Where is it?
Snetterton.
Snetterton, another place that knows a bit of rain, but not as bad as this. So Guenard has pulled away 4 seconds now. Miele has dropped back another 8. Shamama's another 12. And then Olivier Hart has got 22 seconds to make up on Shamama to snatch 4th place. And 30-odd seconds to get onto the podium, which I predicted.
I didn't hear the clarion call, but the pit window is now open in this 1-hour race.
Yeah.
So we've got a 10-minute pit window from 25 minutes into the race till 35 minutes in. But you can be sure Olivier Hart will be staying out as long as he possibly can to maximise his time in that number 18 BMW CSL.
Yes, in this I don't believe we have a rule, do we, on who's the elite? There's no elite or gentleman or anything in this category, as far as I know.
Nice and simple, actually. It's TC2, which is the vast majority of this field. And I think 1, 2, 3, 4 Group A cars.
Yeah.
So the podium ceremony, which will be ending at about 5 to 1, should be relatively short if wet.
I just had 5 classes, and the one I did a moment ago. Yes.
Dwight Merriman, Nico Verdonk, Ryan DL, and Kyle Tilley finished 8th overall and 3rd, so they were on the podium in the Pro-Am in GT3. Congratulations to the Antigua and Barbuda squad from Haas RT, who've won again with their Audi R8.
Yeah.
Extending the history of great teams from Antigua and Barbuda.
Yes,
by a minute from Proton Huber competition in their
a quiz question. Previous Antiguan racing driver in Formula 3 and an Ensign.
In an Ensign. Was it someone who really was from Antigua or someone who...
He really was from Antigua.
At 19, what are we talking, 73?
Yeah, he finished up in prison for a very long time. He was a big-time smuggler.
Try and narrow the field there. Go on then.
Try and think of a famous Formula 1 team name, because they have the same name. I think.
McLaren?
Ferrari.
Tyrrell.
Tyrrell?
Oh, yes.
No relation.
No relation, no. I mean, he really was a big time. But he came from a sugar planting family.
Right.
Mike Tyrrell's called. And they had a magnificent launch of that car that I went to. And I thought, where's all this money coming from?
In the pit lane, Armand Meal in the Hermitite coloured car. More gold on that car as well. Again, these are brands. Oh, that's got the Mark II rear lights on it. Look at that.
How would you know that?
Because he does.
But who drove the Hermitite car?
Don't know.
Tom Walkinshaw.
Holman Blackman.
Holman drove it for years.
And
he
I think he found
model Capri a long time like that.
Look at everything steaming there.
I'm amazed how clean the cars. I mean,
that's
really quite heavy, but normally.
John, there's been so much rain; it's washed all the mud away.
The mud off, yeah, absolutely. That is quality. Probably a lot of people watching it. No, I was going to. Probably a lot of people won't know what Hermitite is, but it's particularly generational. But it was bits and pieces that you used on your car for sealant.
Sealant, yeah, as a specialist automotive sealant.
Yeah,
very good product actually.
And the Cologne Capris, so called because, of course, the engines came from. Well, there was a assembly plant there.
Yeah, when I was at Donington 3 weeks ago, there was a more Group A Capri racing, a British touring car, championship one, which was the Holman Moody car, allegedly, Holman Blackburn car, allegedly.
Without the wide arches.
Without the wide arches, not a Capri on steroids.
Yeah.
They're the kind of cars that Gordon Spice race.
They're kind of, that's sort of Group 5, sort of.
Yeah.
But
sort of.
I mean,
there were specific regulations for European touring cars, weren't there?
Yeah.
But you still had to have the original car underneath. The Escorts were a bit easier. I like the tape across the rear.
I love looking under the bonnet of those Cologne Capris and those marvellous fuel injection trumpets.
Oh,
that sit cross.
V6, of course.
Yeah.
3.1, 3,100 cc's, 3.1 litres, if you will. And
Hart is still the only guy well under 3 minutes. He's still in there doing some good times.
Top
moving up.
6 have not yet pitted. First car in the sharp end of the field that were pit was Armand Meal in the number 60 car that we were just looking at, the Hermitite coloured car.
Vincent Voss having a nice run, isn't he? I mean, he isn't leading Group A, but that could be quite a battle.
He's up to second. He's much quicker than the driver who's leading. It's 7 or 8 seconds faster than Anthony Schrauen, so he's definitely closing in the battle of those 3.5 CSIs.
And he's driving with Kurt Team, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, Kurt will not be sluggish either, will he? Vincent is probably enjoying these conditions. This would be a great race to be out in, wouldn't it? Look at that. Brilliant stuff. Out in the darkness. All sorts of things going on. And that's the Alfa Romeo. You probably can't see it. It's a lovely dark red maroon colour. Alberto Franceschetti.
Oh, that's a tongue twister.
Yeah, brilliant.
I must say, yesterday I was standing at the bottom of the endurance pit lane when the GTV6 went out, and that hard engine bar, I love it. And
that's the
G4
car,
accelerating up the hill once it could leave the pits. So the pit window closes in another 4 minutes. So our front runners are going to have to dive in, but they're starting to do so.
Yeah, this lap they've got to come in. I'm a little worried, actually, with just under 4 minutes to go. Well, they're going to hope there's not a full course yellow, because they're doing 3-minute laps, which is fine. But so leaving a 60-second margin of error. Just to remind you that tomorrow we are back to do some more racing for you. We'll kick off with the Classic Touring Challenge, CTC, at 9:30. So tune in from around about 9:15, 9:20. Then it's the Classic Endurance Racing 2. Back to the Endurance Racing Legends for the GT cars. We'll have a short break for lunch, and then these historic touring cars are back in the daytime. It's 1:30. Group C, hopefully in the dry, for their second race of the weekend at just before 3 o'clock, again Central European Summertime. Classic Endurance Racing 1 at 4 o'clock, and then our programme finishes at 5:10 with the Gentleman race, again with that huge grid, all for you live and free with no breaks around the world.
Full course yellow, John, and I just see that the number 88, Philippe Skimama CSL, is stopped on circuit. I can't tell you quite where.
Right, and the problem here is our leader is only just going on to the Kemmel Straight now.
Oh,
and
talked of this.
And 2 minutes and 16 seconds away.
Gonna get a penalty.
Is the close of the pit lane.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't know why people cut it that fine. I said 1 minute sounds like a decent barrier, but it's really not.
I mean, people do it to go to the pit window because they hope a yellow might come.
Actually, I take it back. I take it back. They have come in.
Oh, have they?
So
just
the leader on the tracker is being shown as the number 60 car, the Hermitite car, which is the leading car that has made its pit stop. That car is back out again. So that's fine. So they did come in at the end of that lap, and they would have been caught, Bruce, if they had stayed out another lap longer.
They would have done, but, you know, your point about not taking unnecessary risks. We already know it's dark, tick. We already know it's streaming wet, tick again. And it could easily be someone else sliding off the circuit. Anyhow, that disaster has been averted.
Yeah.
Which is very good news for a couple of drivers out there. Olivier Hart has left the pits. Yves Skimama has left the pits. Is it going to be a Ford that wins this race? Is it going to be BMW? The good news is we can't really tell you.
No. Best of the Alphas is that Alberto Franceschetti, GTAM, the 1971 car. Classic twin cam 1750 Alfa Romeo in the dark red with the almost Quattro-esque arches. Actually, the UR Quattro was a long way away from coming into being in 1971, but you look at that car and the shape of those arches with the flat tops to them, and even 968 Porsches had a bit of that on them, not quite as extreme as that, but when you're sitting in the driver's seat and you look out the back, that's the kind of thing you see behind them with the little shelf and the wide arches.
couple of drivers still not actually listed on timing as being in the pits yet. They better get in the next dozen seconds. That's all that be left before the pit window closes.
One of the Shimamas, I believe.
Yep, that's car number 53, which
That's
is Michel Shimama. That made it in. I'm waiting for the little figure next to his final column to go from 0 to 1, but the pit window is now
Just
closed.
done it.
Yeah, that's
Oh, just got in.
As we
Oh,
looked
no,
at the
maybe
screen.
not. Maybe not. 41 minutes and 7 seconds past the hour. Pit window close. Michel Shimama comes in at 41 and 14. 7 seconds late, which would have been fine if it had not been for the full course yellow. Philippe Shimama, by the way, is stopped out on the track, having not made a pit stop. So I wonder if that's the car that is being recovered at the moment.
Yeah, stopped fairly early in the lap. Didn't complete the first of the 3 timing sectors, so probably didn't make it as far as the top of the hill at Les Combes.
Another one that didn't stop was the 27 Alpha of Alberto Franceschetti.
I thought I saw him in the pit lane, actually. I thought that was the car we'd followed into the pits.
It's showing on timing and screening as not having made a
No, I agree.
And,
I agree. Maybe that was one of the other Alphas that we saw in the pit lane. They're not, well, I thought it was the 27 car, but maybe not. Anthony Schrauen is out of the number 112, the Group A machine. And that's the car that Vincent, one of the cars in the same class as Vincent Voss. And it is Tom Clouet who's jumped into that. Vincent Voss has got out.
And Kurt Team has
got in that car, and the gap is about 43 seconds between himself and Tom Clouet. So there's the battle. That is a real battle for the Group A honours, and they are inside the top 10 now. And we are back to green flag.
Yeah, engine notes from our commentary position could hear them rising, cars starting to really fly through Rayon. But again, a lot of these drivers just out, having taken over the cars. They'll be slightly pussyfooting for the first lap or two, just getting a feel for these conditions. But Olivier Hart is the driver who'd been, actually he's listed as still being in the car. So maybe David Hart isn't coming out to play tonight. That was something we discussed earlier in number 18 CSL. But Olivier has already been flying and continues to do so.
I think we'll be able to tell by the sector times very quickly.
Yeah, Olivier, the only driver in the race to dip beneath 3 minutes. A 3-minute lap here in the dark is impressive. In the dark, in the wet, even more so. He's done a 2-minute 56.4 second lap. Quite remarkable from the young Dutchman. Maxime Guinard still in the lead of the race. So Ford Capri beating BMW 3-litre CSL ×2, because Sebastian Glazer is in second place in his, and he won both the rounds, didn't he, at the opening round of this series for Peter Auto, the Classic Series down in Barcelona. This is a very, very different prospect here, but he's doing very well. But at the moment, Maxime Guinard just stretching his lead. Group A, Tom Clouet took over number 112. Which was the BMW 635 CSI, the two of them in the lead of the class, one first, one second. Anthony Schrauen has handed over to Tom, and Tom has got Kurt Team giving chase. Couple of cars between them, one of the Ford Escorts, that's car number 47, that's one of the blockers, that's Guy Fabrice Mestro, and Traber car we mentioned before the start of the race, the 635 CSI, but running in TC2 is car number 83, and the driver at the wheel of that is which Traber? Nicholas Traber. And that was an earlier 635 CSI, one of the very early ones from 1981. The latter ones are running in Group A class, including, of course, the one that leads Group A class in 8th position overall with Tom Clouet. First to second, it's Maxime Guinard leading by just under 13 seconds. So he's actually beginning to stretch the advantage, but the driver gaining on both of the first two is Olivier Hart, who's now driving this, this Heritage Touring Cup race solo, giving chase in third place. Will it become second? He's got to find 17 seconds even to manage that, but such is his pace, and he's just improved his fastest lap time to 2 minutes 55, so 2 minutes 56, clearly no good whatsoever, so he's pressing on.
Yeah, I did say to you, I thought he could probably, first I thought he could make the podium, and I said, I think he can make the win, and
Well, potentially he could. What's left on the clock? 20 minutes? It's going to be tight.
20 minutes, he's with 30 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah, but lapping about 6-7 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah, 5 or 6 laps, isn't it?
Seems that way. Have to wait for the next timing sector to be passed. But yeah.
That's 15 minutes. How long? And we got more than 15 minutes, haven't we?
20 minutes.
Yeah. So probably 2 or 3 laps from the end.
But will we run green?
Well, yeah, if we don't, of course,
that's a hard thing to tell. Hard to predict. So 7 cars didn't start this race. Decided the conditions were too foul. If I counted 1, 2, 3. But everybody else is still going, with the exception of Philippe Chamama, whose CSL is parked somewhere on the climb between Radion and the end of the first of the 3 timing sectors, which is basically the breaking point for Les Combes at the top of the hill, or possibly in these conditions just beyond the breaking point.
What happened to our Swedish friend in that?
He's still going. The brand new Chevrolet Camaro. He's running at 12:34.
Oh, yeah, Per Nystrom. That's it. Yeah, in 12th place. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very great.
He'll be pleased with that.
He will, and you know his pace is nowhere near those that have been running their cars for a long time, CSLs and stuff. But you know, this is his bedding in. I mean, conditions to bed your car in the dark. Right, a car leaving.
It's a baptism. I'm not sure if it's a baptism of fire, but it's certainly a baptism.
He's gone and fallen into the font.
Baptism and bath, basically, with all this rain.
Right, there's Alberto Franceschetti coming out in that number 27.
He'll for sure get a penalty.
I'm gonna. Yeah, he's well late.
So in 6th place, Gordon King is going well. I don't know much about Gordon King.
Graham King.
Graham King is. Oh, sorry, Graham.
It was a late entry.
Was it?
Sharing with Raphael de Bourman.
Yeah.
There goes Maxime Gunat past the start-finish line. His fastest lap of the race. Needs it. 3 minutes, .479. Sebastian Glazer, 2:58.7, is closing. Now the gap is first to second. Let's wait for Olivier Hart to come through in the 1975 CSL. 1 Ford Capri, 2 chasing BMWs. It's Ford versus BMW, and another fastest lap of the race outright by Olivier Hart, and he's cut the gap to second to 13 3/4 seconds. First 3 separated now by 24.7 seconds. 17.5 minutes to go. This is doable for Hart. This is doable.
Well, I can't say the track's drying, can I? Looking at that picture, those huge rooster's tails. It's
not drying there, down the old start finish, right?
Green Capri goes past a green BMW.
It's not narrowing it down, Andrew, really.
There was a famous commentator at Alton Park years ago, out in the country, and he used to say, they're coming into my sight now, there's a green one ahead of a red one, ahead of another red one, and a blue one, and a green one.
Yeah.
He never named any of them.
Hope he didn't move on to horse racing, or maybe I hope he did.
It would be a brown one in front of a brown one in front of a white one, maybe.
Snooker, that was his forte.
Yeah.
Because there is that classic when part of the UK had colour television and part didn't, and there was a snooker show that was designed specifically for colour telly, which was called Pop Black. It was a single frame snooker competition, and it actually helped make snooker in the UK a big sport. And
what was the line?
The commentator was, for those, had to say, because some people couldn't see it in colour, though it was designed for colour and being shot in colour, for those watching in black and white, the green is next to the pink.
Yes.
Well, of course, we knew what he meant, but if you were watching in black and white, it was of no help at all. It was one of those great commentary lines.
One of those great bloopers on television.
Yeah, absolutely. So the top 3 cars all did their, top 3 drivers all did their fastest lap of the race last time around, with Olivier Hart doing the fastest lap of anybody in the race. Also, Nicholas Traber, second of the Trabers in that BMW 635 in 7th. He did a 3:15. That was that car's best. And there's actually another 4 best laps coming in, including Pekka Nystrom in the Chevy Camaro, the Z28. I mean, the Z28 is probably the classic Camaro in terms of getting it into people's into the general psyche outside of the US.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's still, whenever I think of Camaros, I still think of Mark Donoghue in the Penske entered, you know, navy and yellow.
Yeah.
Sunoco won in the States, but I mean, from Europe, lots of people raced them. But yeah, it was the Z28 or Z28 that really stuck it out there.
And strangely, they loved them in Sweden.
Yes.
And Camaros went up, the ex-Formula 1 driver, Rainer Wiesel, died a couple of years ago. He raced a Camaro into his 50s, you know.
Another lap completed. The leader of 3:02, second place of 3:01. So that gap comes down to 10 seconds. But once again, it's Olivier Hart at 2:55.332. Now, he's only taking tiny bits off the fastest lap, but that was 5 seconds and more ahead of the two cars ahead. So that gap that was 24 seconds between the top three is now 17 seconds between the top three.
He's going to catch them, John.
He's going to catch them.
Yeah.
He is. I was also taking a look at the Group A battle in 8th and 10th place now. Tom Chloe, was he going to be caught by Kurt Team? I didn't really think so, but actually he's responded just in case. You know, he's bedded himself in very nicely in the number 112, which he shares with Anthony Schrauen, and is now pulling away. He's got another CSI between them, but this is one that's running in TC2. It's the earlier model. Number 2, Frank Jacob runs. In fact, there are a couple of the earlier CSIs running in TC2. But the good news for him,
Chloe's just put the fastest lap of the race, of his race in, and therefore, obviously, the class fastest lap of the race, 3:23.288. Kurt Team, 3:23.013. So the lap times are very similar, but Kurt not closing down that gap. It's about 30 seconds at the moment between those two.
Graham King is Belgian.
You can tell, can't you? Yeah. Raphael de Straten, what's his teammate called? Raphael Borman, you can tell. That's Belgian. Graham Belgian.
Yeah, he's been racing last year in a Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux. And he finished second in the championship.
That's basically a bit level down from Carrera Cup.
Yeah,
you get some Carrera Cup cars in there, but some GT4 cars in as well.
But they also, a handful of years ago, suddenly started producing a load of 15 and 16-year-olds who really have vaulted up. I think Luke Hartog was probably one of those.
Yes, he was.
You know, it's very strange to look at a Porsche field, and they had some older drivers I remember from years ago, and I looked up the details of the younger ones. I mean, they were all literally 16 and 17 years old.
So this lap, Hart should be right on Glazer.
First timing sector of the three, he gains over 2 seconds. The next one, he gains another second, so he's dropped away 3. First to third, that's Guenard via Glazer to Hart, 6.6 seconds gap between them, partway around this lap. 12 minutes left. And both of them are taking gobbets out of race leader.
That's a good word.
Maxime Guenard. Under cover of darkness, approaching midnight, you can bring out these words.
Yeah.
So Glazer is now 2.3 seconds down in his BMW, chasing down the Capri of long-time leader Maxime Guenard. Olivier Hart in another CSL is catching the pair of them. It's coming down and down and down, and really Guenard is suffering big time. They'll pass him within a lap, I would reckon.
I did that podium about half an hour ago. Those top three are all spraying champagne at each other from a previous race. All three of them were up there.
Well, they'll be spraying it again in the next 12 minutes or so. What a glorious day of racing we have had. The conditions have done their best to frustrate us, but we've managed to get all of the races at least started.
Yeah.
I'm slightly wondering if on the last lap, Maxime Guenard just had a bit of a moment somewhere in the middle sector, because he lost about 8 seconds, but at the end of the lap, he was faster than the chasing Sebastian Glazer. So hardly surprising. In fairness, you can have your mistake covered in the darkness.
Yeah, but 3:08.3 for the leader, 3:02. So now it's down to 4 seconds at the front of the field. And 6.3 seconds is the spread on the top three.
5.5 seconds now.
5.5 as they go through, yes, the next split. 2:57.1. Ollie Hart is 5 seconds and more quicker than the two cars.
And metronomic.
Just banging those times out. Incredible stuff. Traffic, no traffic, doesn't seem to matter. Tom Chloe with another 3:23 last time around. Kurt Team, 3:23 as well. Down to the 10th, matching each other. New fastest lap of the race for the Ford Escort. Mark 1 RS 1600 of Pierre-Alain France in the number 100 car. Also for Michael Shimama, the 53 BMW. So from having 3 Shimamas in the top 10, now 1 in the top 5, 2 in the top 15. Pekka Nystrom, 9th in class in that Chevy Camaro. Another fastest lap of his race last time around. He's getting quicker. Enjoying it out there. Oh, listen to those engine notes. 10 minutes to go, just under. Penalties coming through. Stop and go. Pit stop out of window. Numbers 27 to 53, it says there. I'm seeing it mean 27
and 53.
Yeah, otherwise it's quite a lot of cars. So you were spot on. Alberto Franceschetti in that dark red Alfa Romeo number 27.
Hart's up to second.
And Michel Scamama as well, we saw had his problem. So Hart, yes, he's made the move up to second place. He's 3.2 seconds down on a race.
This time around, he'll be in the lead.
Yep.
Minutes and a bit of change, so he's definitely going to overhaul Maxime Guéna.
Incredible run. So BMW versus Ford now. 3-litre CSL versus Capri RS31. And both from 1975. There's the leader. A 2:59.875 is the fastest lap of the race for Maxime, but it's still not quick enough, even though that is his personal best. Now just 1.7 seconds as the second place car puts the outright fastest lap of the race in at a 2:55.1. Down the hill. They are on the same part of the track now, through Eau Rouge. And Olivier has target acquired now on the Liqui Moly hippie shell car onto the Kemmel Straight. The headlights in the distance heading towards Les Combes in the absolute pitch darkness at that part of the circuit. Just a blur of headlights down through the gearbox. Big flames out of the left-hand side exhaust from the Capri, which is still leading through Les Combes. But it's about 2 car lengths now as they head out right-handed through Les Combes and down the hill to the hairpin at Rivage.
How are our cameraman picking all this up?
I have no clue. Round the outside now for Ollie Hart. Goes to the left-hand side of the track. They're side by side through the middle of the corner. We'll pick them up as they come through Speaker's Corner. Is it the bright white headlights that are still ahead? Or has the BM gone through? It's the BM. The BM's gone through in the short stretch of straight between the exit of Rivage and into Virage Jackie X or Curve Jackie X. The BM's gone through. Much brighter headlights on the Capri, by the way.
See that, can't you?
And how Ollie Hart could even see where he's going. It's a much yellower beam on that car, and the Capri's got additional headlights. But there's now, 5 or 6 car lengths between them, and Ollie Hart is making his bid for freedom.
And the rain continues to pour down here in the Ardennes.
Extraordinary stuff.
Right, and while we're looking at all that, just to point out, behind the top 3, we've got another Ford Capri in 4th place, but it's fully 50 seconds further back. Armand Miel, car number 60, on the Hermitite livery we saw in the pit lane. Then Yves Scamama is in 5th place, a third Ford Capri in the race, and completing the top 6 is the first of the Ford Escorts. That's Graham King, who's done it solo. His teammate Raphael de Bourman did not take part.
Now, team, I think, is closing on Chloe. They're 8th and 9th now. What's the gap there?
21 seconds.
Oh,
That's coming down slowly, not quickly enough. Another fastest personal best for Pekka Nystrom in the sole representative of the bow tie.
Yep.
The Chevy Camaro, 3:33.6. He's knocking half a second off here, a couple of tenths off there. Inside the top 9. In fact, 9th in class now, 11th overall.
They just built that car up, John. They just done a brief shakedown, and that's it. And this is the first time he's driven it in anger. He's doing a terrific job, is Per Nystrom.
Is Shimama going to beat Armand Mill to 4th place here? Just 1.7 seconds behind them, and 4 seconds taken out of the 4th place number 60 Hermitite car last time around. The suggestion is yes, it will be, already down to half a second as they're coming towards the end of the lap. The Belga sponsored BMWs going through there, or was that the Ford? Looked Ford shaped to me, but then again, it's very dark.
2 more laps, I reckon.
Yeah, I think you're right, Andre.
And the Hart pulled away 4 seconds already, just showing his incredible pace. He's our man of the day without any question.
Yeah, one of the drives of the day. That earlier on we saw some immense driving. Really impressive stuff from Phil Keane driving through the field.
Yep.
Hart doing some of his best work in the darkness here.
So the race has spaced out a little bit now, John, hasn't it? With these closing moments of not only this race, but an exciting, great day, despite what the Belgian weather threw at us. I mean,
Armand Mill has responded and has pulled out the 1.2 seconds on Yves Shimama in the battle for 4th and 5th overall and in class.
Yeah.
So that one's going to run to the end.
Yeah, that's the one battle, isn't it, that's left now.
Also, Michelle Shimama and Catherine Behrens are having a bit of a scrap. Now, Behrens is only in the 2002, but it is still a TC2 car. So that is the battle for 14th and 15th overall.
And I'm pretty sure Catherine's a lady driver.
Yeah,
I saw her get in the car yesterday.
2 seconds between those two at the moment. But Catherine, actually, I think Catherine's just gone past Michael, actually. Yes, she has. So where are we with the leader on track? Waiting for him to come through. Nearly 8 seconds now. What a drive this has been by Olivier Hart. And this has been fabulous.
What an evening it's been for him. 2 races.
It has been. He's had 2 fantastic races in the darkness. He clearly likes racing in the wet and the dark. And Shimama dropping away now from Armand Mille. Now 2.3 seconds back. Where to get to the end of the lap. 3:03.2 from Yves Shimama and Armand Mille with a 3:03.299 last time around. They should be due across the line anytime soon. Our leader plunging down the endurance pit straight, drifting through. That's fantastic.
I think it's extraordinary, John. We've had this terrible weather and we've had hardly, I'm keeping fingers crossed the race almost over, but hardly a bent panel have we, with hundreds of cars racing.
We don't know what stopped the, that was the group, sorry, the ERL race, wasn't it? The LMP race. That was a red flag there. So I don't know what the incident
I think maybe they just thought the conditions were too bad.
You might be might well be right.
Mike Newton told me he probably wouldn't go out in that race if it was raining because it wasn't worth risking very valuable machinery.
Yep.
So we will find that out by tomorrow.
Armand Mille goes across the line. There's Yves Shimama right in behind. 3:01, fastest lap of that car's race for Armand Mille. Needed it, and it's now 2.6 seconds. 3:02.4 for the chasing Yves Shimama, and that was that car's fastest lap as well. So they are pushing. They are pushing as the leader is on the final lap, I think.
Yeah, what we got left, 1 minute and 38, 37, 35 seconds.
Yeah, haven't had the last lap signal, but I think it will be. Whilst we are still racing, a massive thank you to all of our TV crew who have done sterling work in difficult conditions, but particularly, of course, to our camera operators out in the weather.
Oh, what a day it's been for them, man.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant stuff.
And it's May. Almost June.
Well, we've had 0 rain in this part of Europe for about 5 weeks. There's barely been a drop. Now, from 4th down to 9th position, all of those cars doing their best times. Kurt Team's got the gap down to 14 seconds between himself and Tom Clouet for the Group A battle, but I think he's going to come up a tiny bit short. But it's been a good 5 seconds. I might have spoken too early. 5 seconds. 3:15, 3:58. That is fastest lap of the race pace. And team does put the fastest lap in with a 14. It's now down to 12 seconds. Here comes the leader in that Belga BMW.
Looks superb, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So this is now the final lap. There's one more lap for that car. So there's a chance for Kurt Team here still to put some pressure on Tom Clouet. And also, Yves Shimama's yet to start their last lap in that battle with Arnaud Mille for 4th position. How do they keep up this pace in these conditions? Outstanding.
Hart continuing to pull away, open that gap now to 15 seconds. We wondered if he'd managed to get at first into the top 3, and then could he take the lead? And now he's just motoring away from Guinet, Glazer and Mille, with Shimama 5th and King. Great drive in that Escort in 6th place. Dancing red brake lights there from our cameraman. And here's our leader just lapping another car. And also, as you pointed out, John, Hart definitely doesn't have the lighting capability of many of the others.
Is he wearing night vision goggles?
Well, I
he's down
don't
the
know.
local army surplus store, and he's got a set of NVs on. Absolutely incredible. They're just not the intensity, the whiteness of bright white that Capri lights were. You can clearly see them.
They're almost period, aren't they? Where
I mean, you were just starting to get quartz halogen bulbs the end of the 60s and into the 70s, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, Audi, in one of the offshoots of their Le Mans program, was improving the lighting for all their cars.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
So
they had that laser light program, and then the LEDs, and then the focused LEDs. The clever LEDs that don't blind people coming the other day, which other way, if you're in fog looking at those and see how they move, that's worth the price of the car on its own for me. Maxime going out there, going through 15 seconds. Now, Nick Traber's just put his fastest lap of the race in. Kurt Team under 10 seconds now between himself and Tom Clouet, but I think the lap is going to run out too quickly. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, what a drive in the number 18 BMW 3-litre CSL from 1975. The Belga car, David and Oliver Hart. Well, Ollie's done it on his own. Don't think David started that car. He eases to the line for the final checkered flag of the day and takes the Heritage Touring Cup Race 1. We'll see these cars again tomorrow. We're on the air from 9:30 local. The margin of victory is 17.5 seconds, but you cannot, absolutely cannot complain about that drive from Maxime Gunnar. I don't think it maybe made one slight mistake, but ultimately that wasn't the difference between first and second. 14 seconds further back, Sebastian Glazer for the 174 BMW. At the car in the Warsteiner colours. Then it's Arnaud Mille that should come through next. Yves Shimama, I think, has just been held off by about 2.5 seconds. They've got about 45 seconds to come before they come across the line. And Kurt Team, unfortunately for Kurt Team, he was lapped just before he got to his final lap, and that's robbed him of any chance of getting back to Tom Clouet. So Clouet will actually finish on the lead lap, and it will look like there was a lap difference between them. So Kurt Team needed Ollie Hart just to ease off a little bit to give him another 4 miles to get towards the back of that BMW.
Good drive, though, by the Viking Warrior there, former DTM champion.
And fair play to Vincent Voss, who started that car.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Flying Dutchman with the film star looks takes his second win of today's great racing here.
And Arnaud Mille did hold off Yves Shimama in 4th and 5th position. It was 4 seconds at the end. Yves give it everything. And what a race we have seen in extremely difficult conditions. Pit stop timing playing a part as well. The battle between the blue and white propeller and the blue oval went all the way to the end of the race.
It lived up to expectations.
Absolutely.
John, and I just see a few flash bulbs going off a flash globe. So cameramen still out there capturing these images. And also Hart will go into the lead. We talked about the different championships, so just building up only, but this will put Hart into the lead of that championship actually, in fact.
Well, that's been a brilliant day of racing. Good to have had your company. And just to mention, the Chevy Camaro, Pekka Nystrom, finished in 11th overall, 9th in class for that brand new class. Nick Traber, and waiting for Tom Cloet to come across the line to win the Group A part of the race. My thanks to all of our guests this evening, and to my co-commentators, Andrew, Marriott and Bruce Jones. My name's John Hindhaugh. We're back at 9:30 Belgian time tomorrow. Join us then. Thank you very much for being with us today from a damp but exciting day of racing here at Spa. For Peter Auto and the Spa Classic 2025, good night and God bless.